I'm a sick nut, I like a quick buck. Wanna know what? I'm about to blow up. Caffeine in my cup, not lean in the blood. On the scene like a flood, and I've been through the mud. No, I can't get enough, like a challenge, make it tough. No, it's not a bluff, cause I live for this stuff. And I take off the gloves just to break on my knucks. When I'm down on my luck, pick myself back up. Heavy hitter, and you know I'm not a quitter. No beginner, gonna be a steady winner. Maybe sinner, every time I rhyme is killer. Once a dinner, about to be the breadwinner. No cake, cause it's not my birthday. It's a work day, every day's a Thursday. Man, I'm thirsty for the grind and wordplay. You can't hurt me, cause I already hurt me. When everything just breaks from all of your mistakes, don't let yourself feel down. Don't let yourself just drown. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. And then when you lost everything you lose the chance. And when everything is gone and you're feeling all alone, don't let life get you down. You could figure it out. And when everything is gone and you're feeling all alone, don't let life get you down. You could figure it out. I wanna feel alive, feel the blood inside my veins. I wanna slow the time, will you slow it down with me? I think I need to find what it means to be okay. It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I throw, I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping down in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now. Think I'm gonna go insane. Always on the grind, but still everything's the same. I'm sick of wasting time, wish I didn't feel this way. But with this kind of mind, I will figure out my lane, yeah. It's the highs and the lows, the change and the woes. All the fame on the coast and the pain no one knows. I want the time just to slow, my mind's feeling low. Say I'm fine, but I know that I might be alone. In the worst kind of way, you took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Day 3, FIBA Esports Open 2020, the first ever FIBA's e-basketball tournament with national federations participating. My name is Ignas, and my colleague for the tournament is Renars.
Hello. Once again, day number 3 out of this huge event, and what a pilot project. I'm very pleased to see the games so far, and yet again, we will present you a full day of action. And of course, today is finally the day when we'll be able to find out the winners.
We will find out the winners in NBA 2K Pro-Am mode. We're playing 5-on-5 basketball. One player from a national team is controlling one avatar, and we are seeing some of the greatest players from all over the globe.
And speaking about all over the globe, let's have a look where all these countries are coming from. We have a total of 17 teams, 17 national federations represented here, and very quickly, the way how we chose them, there really was no qualification process involved. There was just a short time lead for national federations to register and prepared, and I mean, the opportunity was open for everyone. We so far have gotten the teams that were able to prepare on a short notice. However, if you don't see your national federation here, that in no way represents any sort of lack of interest from that given federation. It's just a matter of FIBA already preparing for the next event like this, where most likely you will see a lot more countries available. Now, however, because the countries are from all over the globe, and this is, I will remind you yet again, an online event, meaning the players are going to be playing from the comfort of their home, we need to make sure that the players are playing on even grounds, because there is a thing called lag that is being introduced by servers and things and such, meaning that for example, for Australia, it might be difficult to play with Switzerland and so on. There could be technical issues. So we have divided these teams into conferences, and we can start things off with the biggest conference that we have, and that is Europe, Ignas.
Time zones, of course, are also a matter when we're speaking about splitting teams into conferences. Here we have the European Conference, 9 teams participating. We are playing the round-robin format, which means there are no playoffs, there are no series. Each team plays each team, so 8 games for each and every one in the conference, and the winner receives a special prize, the NBA 2K21 edition, as soon as the game releases.
Yeah, so you get your stuff already straight into the future. Let's have a look at, though, how we are looking on the Asia conferences. We actually have a whole 3 of those. In the Middle East conference, you have Saudi Arabia going up against Lebanon. In the Southeast Asia conference, it's Indonesia battling it out with Philippines, and a very interesting conference where Oceania, Australia is meeting up with New Zealand, and I mean, it has been so far been very close in that particular conference so far. So the teams have been practicing a lot and know each other well enough.
An exciting matchup in South America. Argentina facing off against Brazil in the South American Conference. We are playing a set of 5 games in the conferences that we have 2 teams participating in. Same thing with the South American Conference. The team that manages to get 3 wins wins the conference, but we're still playing all 5 games.
Yeah, just to make sure you know that the players do have the opportunity to scout each other out. Now, as mentioned before, we had already 2 days behind us. This is the final day, so let's have a look at the standings. And Europe is looking pretty interesting, with Spain at the top already, splitting that position with Italy. 10 points accordingly to either of those, but that point difference for Spain, Ignas, has been something that's really worth following for.
Spain, some high-scoring games for them yesterday. They're averaging 90.2 points in a game, and they're allowing only 42.6 points, and they have managed to score 117 in the game against Ukraine. It was matched, and actually a new high score was set by Team Italy, also in a game against Ukraine. Italy currently holding the high score for points scored in FIBA Esports Open 2020 with 118 points. And we have Austria, Russia, Lithuania, and Latvia following. Each country has 3 wins in their account. Austria has also lost 3 games, so they have played a bit more than some of the teams in the European Conference. Austria has 2 games remaining in day 3 of FIBA Esports Open 2020, and we have Switzerland, Cyprus, and Ukraine in the bottom of the standings. Ukraine with no wins, Switzerland and Cyprus with 1 win each.
And let's see how it is in the Asia conferences that we have there. In the Middle East conference, Saudi Arabia is leading the way with 3 victories and essentially have already secured their first position here. However, 2 more games need to be played with Lebanon. Currently, Saudi Arabia has 6 points and a whopping plus 126 points in their pockets there. In the Southeast Asia conference, Philippines have been very dominant over Indonesia so far. We've had a few talks with them, and it's sitting at 4 victories, no losses so far. They did mention that they want to go all the way, so I would presume that they're going to be coming out guns blazing today, as they usually say, and hopefully they'll be able to secure that 5th victory for themselves there. In the Oceania Conference, however, Australia and New Zealand in a tight battle right now. 5 points for Australia, New Zealand 4 points for them, and if I'm not mistaken, we are going to see a match between these 2 game on this mainstream today. But we still have South America, though.
It is definitely going to be an exciting matchup between Australia and New Zealand. Same case with South America. The only thing is that Argentina, they have secured a title in the South American Conference. They already have 3 wins against Brazil's 1. Brazil managed to come away with the win in Game 1, but Argentina did manage to come back, and they have 3 wins, 7 points now, 22-point differential right here, and we already have a winner in the South American Conference, but we will still be playing a set of 5 games.
That is absolutely correct. So, talking back a bit back, about what we saw yesterday. So, I mean, there were plenty of games where it was just utter domination, if we can say that. There were point differences above 40 points and such. And is this something that you expected to see? Because for me, I thought it is going to be a bit closer, but I guess it's just a matter of how times these matchups tend to work out. Yes, there have been teams that have been very dominant, as mentioned before, same Spain or Italy. They have yet to drop a game for them. And, I mean, you know.
Same thing in some other conferences, actually.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the European one, you're competing against 8 other teams, so that's harder to do.
All right, well, let's have a look and see how yesterday went down. There's a few replays available for us, so a bit of a teaser of what's yet to come today here. You can see Philippines here playing against Indonesia, and it was a very intense match for Indonesia, probably trying to stop the dominance that Philippines were presenting, and Aguila there as well was a huge presence, as well as Shintaro, a player that we've mentioned.
A very spectacular player, actually.
Yeah, we've mentioned him a few times, and as his teammate Izzo clarified as well, he's considered to be one of the best, if not the best, point guards in the Asia region. So obviously Philippines are very glad to have the player on their team.
We do have some players of Hall of Fame level, I'd say, in the FIBA Esports Open 2020. We have some exciting guys, really spectacular guys in Spain and Italy. Same thing with the Philippines, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're playing well, and we are going to be seeing their game in today's mainstream. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is scoring at will. They have 276 points in 3 games. And Lebanon is not coming close enough to their rivals in the Middle East Conference. Team Lebanon and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they did have some connection problems yesterday, but a nice display of sportsmanship, I'd say. They did replay the game, the second game of the series, offline, off-stream to be totally exact, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they still managed to win, but Lebanon did avoid a technical loss, and that is really nice from the Saudi side to let the opponents prove what they can do on the court, not take that technical win, and once again, sportsmanship from the side of Saudi Arabia. And here we have Italy against Austria. Italy, one of the dominant teams in FIBA Esports 2020.
Yeah, Italy definitely has a star player that's playing in their lineup and putting up a huge amount of points. You also see on our screens where Latvia went up against Switzerland yesterday, and Latvia did manage to secure a pretty good victory, I would say, overall. However, Switzerland, it's not like they gave them a really easy time in doing so. They were very active on their offense. The defense perhaps, could have done a bit work, but it's not like Latvia was able to secure a huge lead here. So overall, a close game. I believe we're going to see Switzerland today as well on the mainstream. So all you Switzerland fans can, of course, tune in for that one. In the meantime, though, we also have a few views here from the yesterday's Spain's game. So as you mentioned before, they did manage to break at that point in time the high score point record that we had there, and they secured 117 points. So just I wonder if they do it on purpose, so to have that and one basketball reference?
We have an interesting storyline happening here in FIBA Esports Open 2020. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they managed to score 116 points, 117 scored in that game against Ukraine by Team Spain, and once again Ukraine suffered from Italy. 118 points scored in the game, so we'll see if somebody manages to come away with 119 in day number 3.
I mean, probably teams are going to go for it. It obviously slightly depends on the matchup that is to be expected. We also had a very expected game yesterday between Spain and Lithuania, where Lithuania started things off very close with Spain. They tried to not to give too much breathing room to the Spanish players, because they tend to be very fast on their transitions, and in most of the occasions those are very successful. Initially, Lithuania managed well, but I would say Spain, however, did find their tempo eventually. And as you can see by the scoreline here on your screens, they started to further themselves off of Lithuania's scoreline.
Yeah, they did manage to find opening from beyond the arc, and Spain killed Lithuania with those 3-pointers. It was one of the more important matches yesterday, one of the more important games yesterday, since Lithuania at that time did have a chance still to win the European Conference. They do not anymore, and to kick things off, in day 3, we have an interview with Mr. Chamchong, Alan Kadek from Australia. He has 900,000 subscriptions in YouTube as far as we are concerned, as far as it is the news of today. So congratulations, Chamchong. And do we already have him online? Yes. Cham, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing intense. Day number 3 right here. Please let the audience know a bit more about yourself and tell us how big, in your opinion, are esports. Are you enjoying the FIBA Esports 2020 as well?
I've only caught one game so far. I did catch the last half of this, so that's my second game, the Lithuania-Spain game just now. But I saw the first Australia and the New Zealand game where Australia lost, and I was like, "Oh, boys, tighten it up." And they have been playing good since, so that's been good to see. And well, my YouTube channel, I'm a gamer, and so I play a lot of video games. I talk about them and all that stuff, but I'm also a huge basketball fanatic. I went to the World Cup last year in China. That was awesome. Got my check this out. I'm repping Australia, guys. It's
hey,
representing.
And here we have your nickname on the back. That's cool.
Yeah. So I play a lot of games and I play a lot of basketball. I'm injured right now. I got a splint on, so 6 more weeks till I play basketball. But I can't wait to get out there. So it's just 2K for now. A lot of NBA 2K.
And how long have you been playing and following basketball in general? And also, how long have you been involved in NBA 2K?
Well, my parents told me that I scored my first ever basket when I was 3 years old, because they lifted me up to the ring and I dropped the ball in. But I don't have any memory of that. But my first memory is when I joined a club at the age of 8, and I'm 28 now, so 20 years. And I first started watching, I think, when I was 7. It was the Knicks back in 1999. And I'm a Knicks fan since then. They had that. they made the finals in that year. They were the 8th seed, and I just became a fan since then. But now they haven't really done anything.
Having hard times right now, yeah.
Yeah, a hard 20 years.
What do you think of Team Australia here in this tournament? One of the more exciting series in the Oceania Conference. How are you enjoying it? How do you like Australia?
I'm liking Australia. They've definitely tightened up their defense a little bit. I think that was a bit of an issue in the first game. I was like, they're a bit slow. They've picked that up. And I think they've got potential. And it's always a good rivalry to see Australia and New Zealand going at it. And I'm glad that's how it's been set up. It's been good to see.
All right. Well, I mean, we've heard that you have a My Player of your own. Which type of player are you competing with? And what do you like in this mode?
Well, yeah, so I actually don't play Pro-Am, I play Rec because Pro-Am's a little too good for my skill level. I'm not that good, and I don't have a team that I always play with, but the player I created is essentially me, but like 97 rated version of me. I'm like a 62 in real life. So right. I made him I'm 6'4", I made him 6'4", and yeah, he's a playmaking sharpshooter, and that kind of is me. Except I'm just a playmaking shooter. I'm not that good at sharpshooting. I'm not the greatest bucket. So,
all right. Have you ever played as a part of a 2K team with the 4 other guys in your squad?
Yeah. So on the NBA 2K Rec, yeah, me and a few of my friends, we have like been a team and everything, and it's fun. It's one of the greatest game modes, and I think it has so much potential as an esport because you do have to work together, and it has that feeling of like real intenseness at the end of a game when you got to call timeouts, advance the ball. It's just like real basketball, and it gives you that same feeling. So I love playing with my friends in a team on NBA 2K Rec and Pro-Am.
Well, I mean, I'm very happy to hear that you're having a wonderful time in NBA 2K. Maybe we can somehow help you out here with some tips to get to that 99 rating by making sure that you get in touch with the Australian national representatives that are playing currently, and we're going to see here today as well. It's probably no wonder that you're going to be rooting for Australia. We're just hoping to see a close match. It's been insane so far. So a huge thank you that you joined us. Once again, a huge congratulations on your achievement in terms of how many subscribers you have gained.
Go for 1 million, man. Go for 1 million.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Yeah, so best of luck to you. And we're going to jump back to the mainstream now to continue on with our schedule. Best of luck.
Awesome.
A great
Thanks, guys.
milestone achieved by the champ, 900,000 subscribers. It was achieved today, actually, so that is a special occasion. Here we go with Day 3 of FIBA Esports 2020. Today on the mainstream, you will be able to see Saudi Arabia compete against Lebanon. The first game of the stream, Australia and New Zealand coming up next. Russia and Lithuania. One of the better games today in the stream, I believe, is the third game on the mainstream. Then Switzerland against Italy, Lithuania against Latvia, and Cyprus, Italy closing the mainstream. You can see the local times right near the flags of the countries. The games in the stream are played right after each other, but those times are for the convenience of local viewers. A mainstream is available on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And here we go, stream number 2.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. We have 2 more streams. So on stream number 2, we're going to start off with Indonesia playing up against the Philippines in their accordion conference. Lebanon is going to meet against Saudi Arabia. Ukraine will try their forces out against Switzerland. Spain will meet with Latvia. Ukraine will play against Russia. And Russia actually has a back-to-back game with Latvia after that as well. So stream number 2, once again, Facebook and YouTube, that's where you can find it. But we also have a stream number 3.
Exciting series between the New Zealand and Australia. Currently, Australia is up 2-1, and we just had a chance to talk to one of the Australian fans, in this case, one of the more influential gamers in the world. Cham Chung, he's rooting for Australia. You can root for Australia or New Zealand on stream number 3. It is the first game of the stream. We have Austria and Lithuania, the second game in there, Spain, Italy, and it might be a game that decides the winner of the European Conference. This is the third game on stream number 3, so please catch up to that game. If you want to find out who's the best in the European Conference, still 3 countries with a chance to win it. We'll elaborate on that a bit later. But Spain and Italy, they are the main contenders. Austria and Cyprus, the 4th game. Cyprus and Spain, so a back-to-back for Team Cyprus. Brazil and Argentina, an exciting and great matchup, will close stream number 3.
All right, so a lot of important games happening here today. Obviously, looking at the standings, technically, Europe can be won by one of these following 3 teams: Spain, Italy, and interestingly
Latvia.
enough, Latvia. Yeah, but things need to go a bit their way. Firstly, Latvia would need to win Spain. Then Italy, I believe, needs to win Spain as well or something like that. And then afterwards...
Well, there are a ton of consequences, tons of circumstances that need to go Latvia's way. So it is a hypothetical chance. Spain and Italy, 2 main contenders for the title in the European Conference. Lithuania still had some chances yesterday, but in a game against Spain that they have lost, they also lost their chances. And here we go, the first game of the stream. Saudi Arabia facing off against Lebanon. We did see some of the games between the teams before. We had one on the mainstream yesterday. Saudi Arabia with 3 wins in the series, and the point differential is 126. We are seeing the starting lineups of both teams. Saudi Arabia currently dominating the Middle East Conference in Asia. The Saudi Arabian squad will be made of Ifofo, Axman, Aimer, Ray 827, Ahmed Ghazi, and starting for Lebanon, we have Simon Brook, Killer Zambroda, Samek Mack, QB Pie, and Dr. VIP.
Yes, so Lebanon yet again will have an opportunity to see if they can perhaps grab a victory over Saudi Arabia. Once again, yesterday they didn't have the best of days with troubled by technical issues locally there. So hopefully it is going to be a better day today for the Lebanon guys. But I mean, overall, I love the fact that there are countries that you sometimes don't even get to see on the main stage in bigger basketball matches or games, that is. But maybe that might be just me not following up as much. However, today, Lebanon, we'll see if they can put a dent in Saudi Arabia's side.
The Lebanese team did really have a hard time yesterday, and what an exciting squad the Saudis are. They are really a high-scoring team. They managed to score 276 in the first 2 days, and they managed to come away with 3 wins against Team Lebanon, as previously mentioned: 87-54, 73-39, and 116-54. So can we see Renars, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, setting a high score for points scored once again?
Well, I mean, I am pretty sure they're going to go for it either way. There's nothing preventing them from doing so. We're just waiting for the players to connect to the server now. Lebanon do have a very experienced player, Carl, better known as Killer Zambroda, on their side, who's been playing NBA 2K since the 08 version. So 2K08 is when he started, so he's well versed, in the mechanics and ins and outs of the game itself. On the Saudis side, the very earliest is starting from 2K15, and that is going to be Ifofo, who's actually also apparently loves to play football, as he says, but as we can see, prefers probably currently to spend more time on the e-basketball scene, because obviously representing your national federation is a huge task to do so.
Killer Zambroda, 20 years of age in real life. He started playing NBA 2K in 2008, which means he was 8 years of age back then.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's probably the most that you can ask from a person in terms of experience. We're just currently remaking the game. Some players apparently had issues connecting, but as I already said, we did experience something slightly similar yesterday as well. So probably the internet is just playing up a bit from that side, and that's sometimes what happens when you play from home, right? There are things that are sort of out of your control, really, and you have to live with the ISPs. I know I've had in my past of my fair fair share of troubles with internet service providers as well. So I'm well versed in the talks with the customer support line.
And one more fun fact, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they were playing in their t-shirts and dress pants yesterday.
Yes.
So we'll see what style they will be rocking in the 4th game of the series against Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, Lebanon as well here. Hopefully they have picked up on the Saudi Arabia's tactics yesterday. Realistically, Lebanon...
They did have time for that, yeah.
Yeah, so they should really just think about more how to stop the transitions of Saudi Arabia. They were also very quick to return the ball to the opposite side's basket and get it in as soon as possible. We also saw that Saudi Arabia doesn't really tend to linger too much on their decision-making. They tend to be very fast, very decisive on their plays. They tend to find opportunities individually. If not, they'll go for a quick pass under the basket and see if you can get the ball in that way. But overall, a very proactive team, and obviously that's something that you would want to have, is this proactiveness, because it's been a trend so far in terms of what we've seen. If the team is not proactive enough, they do tend to lose here.
You need to take the risk, especially if you're playing one of the better teams. Saudi Arabia, definitely one of the better teams in the tournament. One of only 4 teams to score over 100 in FIBA Esports 2020. They were the high score holders at one time. We'll see how it goes against Lebanon in game number 4, but the high score thing will largely depend upon how fast the Lebanon plays, because if they're holding the ball for 24 seconds, there is no way that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can put up points in a hurry.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a clean match as well. One other trend that we've noticed so far is that around the 3rd quarter, roughly somewhere around that time, we generally tend to see more fouls to appear, because obviously the losing side at the time is very eager to take control over the ball, but oftentimes the fouls come in at the wrongest moment you could probably wish for. And, you know, I understand it from a certain perspective, but I would like to see a bit cleaner games, because we have teams that have shown us it is possible to play with almost no fouls.
Well, just pushing the steal button, it won't earn you the ball. You have to play the passing lanes. You have to be very, very active on the defensive end of the floor. You have to try to guess where the ball is going, just trying to strip it away from the hands of your opponent. This is not the way to go, and this is what some of the less experienced teams tend to do in the NBA 2K Pro-Am mode, and we've been seeing some of that yesterday and the day before. We already had 2 days of action in FIBA Esports 2020, so we will get going soon with the first game of day number 3.
In the meantime, though, let's have a look at stream number 3 quickly and how New Zealand and Australia have kicked things off here. It's currently 12 against 12, and the first quarter is just about to finish here. There's only 5 seconds remaining. The ball is going to be in possession of Australia, and a quick three-pointer there as well to finish off the first quarter. It looks like, as we mentioned before, Australia very eager to start things strong off here. And again, I just love the storyline that these two countries have between each other. Obviously, it's always a lot more interesting, both from a spectator's point of view, but also as a player. Even when I have been participating in different esports disciplines, so to say, it's always been the most fun when it's the closest, but it's also the most stressful experience that you can imagine, because obviously you have responsibility on your shoulders, first of all, and second of all, you just want to do good.
And this shows how much experience you have dealing with stress down the stretch in a game. We saw a lot of that happening in the first 2 days of action. The less experienced teams, even if they were playing well in the early stages of the game, if you're less experienced, if the stress takes over, you tend to lose in the second half of the game. 19-12 it is. Australia on a run in this game of the Oceania Conference. It is the 4th game of the series and a very important game for both teams. Australia 2 wins in their pocket and New Zealand with 1, so we'll see if the Team New Zealand will be capable of tying the series.
Yeah, we spoke to Mona from New Zealand previously, and obviously the guys were in very good spirits overall. They also seem to enjoy the rivalry that they have there. As you can see, Australia is starting to gain a bit of a lead there. But one interesting thing that we do get to see for a brief moment there is the fact that currently there's the points are spread out between the teammates pretty evenly, which means that it's currently
It's close.
It's by definition a very huge group effort, and that also goes to show that the fact the players are switching up the playstyles a bit, because in the first days we did see a bit more of individual plays coming out, and it's not the case so far.
Range with a huge slam. It is a 5-point game. New Zealand did some good job actually coming back into the ball game and stopping the run of Team Australia, but Range is rolling in this game. It is the middle of the second quarter. We are still waiting for a game between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon to start on the mainstream, and we're enjoying one heck of a series and one heck of a game in the meanwhile.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're going to stick with this game for a moment to really clarify what's happening between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. There's some issues still present. However, Australia in the meantime, 7 points in the lead so far, and Australia really needs that victory here.
If they win the conference. It is as simple as that.
Yeah, so Australia is very eager to pick up that NBA 2K21 edition that is yet to be released here. As you can see, Rangy tries to go for a slam there, but
no good this time.
Yeah, the defense is just on point. Also, no fouls from the defensive side in that moment there, so an excellent sign. In the meantime, Brenton trying to make good use of his dribble as Quicker picks it up and puts it in the basket above everyone else. Simple as.
If Team New Zealand actually wins this game, we will be seeing the Game 5 of the series between Australia and New Zealand, and it might be the deciding game on our mainstream.
Which would be probably the best we could hope for in terms of storyline-wise. Australia's side probably wouldn't be too happy considering that they're in the lead still so far and seem to have a pretty decent control over the game itself, the pace as well. You can see Brenton here having a bit of a hard time finding pacing between these two players, but Quicker constantly finds himself underneath this basket.
He did have like 4 chances to score a wide open 3 here, however, and New Zealand gets it a go, a 4-point game. Australia still controlling the tempo and controlling the game here in the Game 4 of the series, we can say, but Team New Zealand is trying to stay close, and that is what they desperately need in order to stay alive in the series. We're sticking with this game, I believe, for the rest of it, so we're following the Oceanic series right here on the mainstream. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, they did not manage to establish connection between one another, so the game will probably be played off stream. Here we go, a 1-point game.
A 1-point game, and New Zealand really needs to come off strong here if they want to present themselves with a huge grand finals in between Australia and New Zealand. Australia now looking to poke the defensive lines of New Zealand. A nice pass into the corner there. Dangerous pass all over the playing field, and a free open free throw, and that is going to be good. Australia secures yet another 3 points, and New Zealand lacking 4 now as only 30 seconds remaining in the second quarter.
Australia will still have a chance to answer. Here we go, Quicker under the basket, and he needs to take advantage of those kinds of opportunities. He slams it home this time, Quicker with 8. He's got 6 rebounds and 3 assists.
I mean, yeah, I got worried there for a second that he's actually not going to go for that shot for whatever reason. Now,
why, man? Like,
right?
What is going on?
Oh my God, that was a long shot coming out from Australia.
And it rims in finally.
Happy days for them as a 5-point lead obtained over in the second quarter, and it is a timeout, I believe. Oh, no, excuse me.
No, it was stripped away, so Team Australia maintains possession. They're up by 5. Range.
3 more
driving,
seconds.
Stopping, he kicks it back out. Scoogs with possession, and the time has run out, so a 33-28 lead after the first 2 quarters by Team Australia. Range with a nice performance. He's got 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, shooting better than 60% from the field, so he is one of the recipes himself for the success of the Australian squad so far in this game. But once again, the game is close. 5 points between the teams. Australia controlling the opening possession in the third.
Yeah, and Australia just needs to make sure that they don't over-eager themselves here. And as I say that, Rangy puts up another 2 for his team, and it's quickly running back. So, yeah, I mean, best of luck to Rangy as he's still looking to present his teams with more opportunities. 7 points in the lead for Australia as Mona puts up 3 of his own. And we can enjoy the full screen experience here, as once again, we will unfortunately not see Saudi Arabia and Lebanon play just yet.
But we are seeing probably the most exciting series in FIBA Esports 2020. So here we go, enjoying a matchup between Australia and New Zealand as Rangy puts it in for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Chomp is probably jumping out of his seat right now. Champ, that is rooting for Australia. Mona, click 3-pointer from himself there as well. 4 points now lacking behind Australia with 3.5 minutes. There is plenty of time for New Zealand to come up with ways how to play around Australia's playstyle currently. Also, very quickly, we do have giveaways happening, so make sure you follow those instructions if you want to grab yourself a cap or a t-shirt. Those are pretty nice as we have the opportunity to rock those during the stream.
And we have an opportunity to witness the Australia-New Zealand series because the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Team Lebanon, they failed to establish a good connection in what was supposed to be Game 1 of the mainstream. Anyway, a lot of excitement seeing Australia and New Zealand play. An offensive 3-second violation call. Team New Zealand with possession. He alleys it oop, and he puts it in. Crazy Khalifa with a 2-pointer.
The man flies high above the defense as now Skoogs in possession of the ball. Passed over to Wark. A 3-pointer from Australia. That is going to be good, as it's 43 against 36 and 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
He's as venomous as some snakes in Australia. 43-36, a 7-point game. 2.5 to go in the second quarter. Brennan, one of the better point guards in the game. He gives it up to Quicker, and Quicker with a slam.
Quicker has been very active this game. 10 points already in his pocket, and definitely rightly so, as I believe New Zealand should utilize him more. He generally, as we saw already beforehand, finds himself underneath the basket without cover a lot of the times, and that's easy to
He's denied at the paint. 43-38.
Crazy.
Team New Zealand looking for ways back into the ball game.
Quicker pass out back to Brenton. Almost a steal happening there. Brenton tries to make a play himself as the ball is going to be in Khalifa's hands. Quicker there as well. Wide
5
open.
to shoot. New Zealand in a desperate need of some spacing, but why would you need spacing if you can dominate at the rim like that? Quicker. 6 out of 9 from the field, and he's got 12 in the game.
3 points only now. New Zealand is lacking as Australia on the attacking side. Rangy puts up 3 of his own and very quickly extends the lead of Australia further. But I mean, we are yet to approach even the double-digit line, so this is still any man's game right now as Brenton is going to be pushed out of bounds, and there is a blocking foul coming out here, so New Zealand still remains in possession.
16 to shoot. Brennan controlling the ball.
Another
he
foul.
is fouled. A man of steel, if we're speaking of his real-life resume. A guy says he has metal rod and 3 screws in his left leg, and he considers it a fun fact. You have to be a man of steel in order to say that. Brennan puts in the first one.
I guess it's the humor.
He's got them both, actually. I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's all in good humor, I suppose. Make the best out of your situation, as they usually say. In the meantime, Australia trying to make the best to
what
score
a physical game.
Three-pointer, but indeed, you could see the eagerness of the players to, as mentioned before, to gain possession of that ball. Wark now.
And no wonder Quicker is working as a security guard in real life, so that is exactly what he's doing in that very play, what he was doing in that very play. 46-42, Quicker inside, he gets it to go.
Speak of the devil, 2 points now only lacking for the New Zealand side, as Quicker has managed to extend his personal scoreline to 14 now. A long
three, and it doesn't go. Quicker securing the board. Quicker, he is on the break himself, gives it up to Brennan. 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. New Zealand's in the bonus.
Goes for a
Brennan
fake throw.
to Quicker. They might look for contact right here.
Mona has been very successful on the three-pointer lines. It looks like they're trying to set him up, but it doesn't work out. Back to Mona now. Goes in.
Mona fades it away. A tough shot, and it doesn't go. Australia ball with 12 to play in the third quarter.
Bit of an air ball happening there. 12 seconds only. So Australia needs to be quick on their feet now. Rangy trying to do exactly that. Finds an opening. Pass over.
And what an alley-oop it is, and what a throwdown. They have a Batman Park in Melbourne, and it might have been named after this guy.
Because he's flying all over the place. A fast
trying to beat the buzzer. No good. An air ball, 48-44. And here we go. The fourth quarter is underway in the game 4 of the Australian-New Zealand series. It is a 4-point game, and we have 5 minutes of action to go.
Once again, if Australia secures the victory here in this game currently, they will be securing the victory in overall in the standings.
And they're doing their best. They're doing their best. It is 51-44.
All right, well, I would say it's about time to start to utilize Mona. As mentioned before, his success on the three-pointers is great, but Quicker with a big dunk comes in fast.
Pick and roll action from Team New Zealand. Quicker with 16 points in the game. New Zealand trying to stay close. Rangy driving and putting it in from 2.
Finds quick ways how to play around Quicker. In the meantime, Rangy 17 points already for him. 7 assists as well.
He's sharing the ball with his teammates. Ex-Mona. We did see a 50-point performance yesterday by Mr. Eduardo from Spain. Brennan stepping back. Timeout called by Quicker. 6 to shoot it will be for Team New Zealand.
Expect to see a bit more of these timeouts in the last quarter here, because the players want to make sure they have the maximum chance of scoring. 2 seconds
Brennan
to shoot.
Pulling up. He's denied. And work on the break. He is fouled.
Rightly so here as well. The transition
great
needed
foul.
to be
Great
stopped.
foul, actually.
Otherwise, Wark 100% would have gotten another 2 points there for the Australian side. Rangy now in possession. Could have gone for it. A three-pointer, not good this time.
Team New Zealand still alive in this game and still alive in the series. Crazy Khalifa. A risky pass. Pencil. Will he write his name in the history of this game? Brennan guarded closely. It is 5 to shoot for Team New Zealand. A pick set by Quicker. Brennan looking for opening. Quicker going all the way. The ball is stripped away, and it is a shot clock violation.
Yeah, that 2 points are not going to count here. I'm a bit puzzled as to why New Zealand tends to play out the last seconds for the fast few offensive plays, but let's see if it becomes a trend here. Rangy finds himself wide open. Pass over to Ankle TV. Wark with a three-pointer.
Wide open attempt, and it's a goaltending. Quicker still try to do something about it, but you cannot touch the ball in the cylinder above the basket by NBA rules. It is not the case in Europe, however. 56-46. We have a 10-point game right here, and New Zealand in need for quick points.
10 seconds on the shot clock.
Mona puts it in for 3.
Does the deed for the New Zealand side. 7 points still is something that New Zealand needs to somehow find in the 2.5 minutes remaining here. Preferably, of course, more. An alley-oop, and Australia just slams it in from the top. 58 against 49, and Australia looking to steal the victory away here from New Zealand in front of their noses as Quicker now.
Quicker finishing at the basket, no good. He grabs his own board, kicks it back out. No second attempt from under the basket by Quicker. Quicker now setting a screen for Brennan. Looking for opening. Good pick and roll action. Pencil wide open, no good. And how pricey that was.
2 minutes on the clock remaining in the final quarter of the game here. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Wark fakes a shot. It goes for a clean one and gets another 3 for the Australian side. As New Zealand, it starts to become desperate times for them here. Mona now even having trouble getting out of his zone. Can go for a shot, decides to do it, and
he does
it's good.
so, and he puts it in. Team New Zealand, they're from a country that has more Olympic gold medals per capita than any other country. They have to fight for their national pride right here, but Australia is doing so as well, and doing it with great success. They are on their way to win the Oceanic Conference in this very game.
They're on the double-digit advantage right now as they still are 12 points in front, make it 15 now as another three-pointer finds its way into the New Zealand's basket. Quicker now, looking to see if he can respond with the same. Generally, you tend to see him underneath the basket a lot more, as now Brennan trying to set up a play, but you can see so many steal attempts coming out. The ball is on the ground a few times. Pass over to Quicker, back to Brent, and now tries to go in. Oh, pencil pass unsuccessful, but it is going to be New Zealand's ball as defense. The ball left the court from the defensive side of Australia.
Two to shoot. It is no good. 1 minute left in the fourth. Ankle TV inside. He puts it in, and he pretty much secures the victory for Team Australia.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible for New Zealand right now to come back into this with 50 seconds remaining. Long pass to O'Pencil. That's a good shot. Never mind me. As quick 3 points are going to be scored now. Mona with the interception there as well. The ball still remains in the hands of Australia, but that does slightly slow down the offense of Australia.
Team New Zealand, let's be honest, with no time already to come back into the series, especially now.
Okay, they could just put it up instantly into the basket like that. It means that, this one is done. Australia has found its pace. Oh, Pencil there positioning himself in that corner there where he previously found success. And now Brennan just holding on to the ball. 25 seconds. The clock is running down. Brennan make a move. 2 seconds to shoot.
A great pass it was, actually, and a quality look right here, but a miss recorded for Team New Zealand.
And great times ahead for the Australian fans. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, there still will be one more game between these two. But so far, we can already start to congratulate Australia in securing the victory in the Oceania Conference. Let's see if that final match will be a bit of a show for us, as obviously now that the pressure is going to be off the players' shoulders, perhaps they want to go for some fun. However, the match that we just saw, the game itself, it was pretty intense, I would say, but the third quarter started to sort of slightly break the New Zealanders.
Yeah, both teams are great, actually. They are playing quality basketball, and we have experienced a great series, a great 4 games between Australia and New Zealand. We might be seeing the 5th one coming up. We'll still let you know about that. We would like to remind you as well that a game between Saudi Arabia and Team Lebanon, it was skipped due to technical difficulties, so that is why we had an exclusive chance to see Australia win the Oceania Conference.
Yeah, that is true. Well, the production is just going to find out if it is some sort of an issue that we can resolve on the fly and perhaps actually see the game between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. In the meantime, still slightly touching on the subject of Australia and New Zealand. I like the fact that on the New Zealand side, the score was pretty much, the points-wise, was evened out between the players. Yes, you do have Quicker slightly standing out there and Mona with those 3-pointers, but overall, all of the team had benefited from scoring there, so a good job coming out from them, but still Australia managed to find the pace. It seemed that Australia tended to be a bit quicker with their decisiveness and going for more opportunities, even though it was risky at times.
Yeah, Brennan still the top scorer for Team New Zealand, but he was sharing the ball. That is a strength, I would say, of Team New Zealand, but this time in Game 4, it just doesn't work. Australia was simply too good. We are going to have a call shortly with range from Australia, Eric Lim, in real life, age 21. He's coming from Melbourne, a city with Batman Park, and actually Melbourne was called Batmania at once, so the name of the city, it was swapped later, and that's why they still have the Batman Park remaining in Melbourne. So here we go. Range is already with us. Guys, how does it feel winning the Oceania Conference in the 4th game?
Oh man, it feels good, man. Like, we knew those guys were going to put on a battle. We played the game like it was 0-0. It doesn't matter whether we won by 20. Those guys, we've been playing against those guys for 5 years now, and they never disappoint. It was a good game.
It's a rivalry, yeah?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rivalry.
All right, what are your plans for the final game that is still yet to be played out? Are you planning to put up a show, more dunks, more three-pointers, more fun, or is it just going to be a get this one over quickly to go celebrate?
We're gonna play the last game like it's our first game. We're gonna go in first game, second game, third game, fourth game. We're gonna go in just looking to win. There's no. We don't want to have fun. We just want to win. That's it.
Now that you have conquered the title and you're saying in your resume that you're the best singer out of all the people who play 2K in the Australia and New Zealand region, can you sing us a song of champions?
We put him on the spotlight now.
I got you guys. Okay, wait, hold on, man. Hold on. I've paid all my dues, time after time. I don't know the lyrics. Wait, hold on. Let me look at the lyrics.
All right. I see
You did pay all your dues, definitely. Yeah, let's go.
That's it. That's it, man.
All right, thank you. That was great. You're really a great singer. I'm the worst singer among commentators in the whole world, I believe. So
we can have a
I'm not going to get into it.
Can I get a sample as well?
Excuse me?
Can I get a sample as well?
I believe FIBA will fire me, for doing that on live TV. I can do it like on a private call, let's say, but not on live TV since I might get embarrassed, but the whole production crew is saying a no to my ears, so that is why I'll try to avoid it at all costs.
All right. Well, I mean,
no worries.
Overall, one more time, a huge congratulations to you guys. Very eager to see that final game that is still yet to come. Make sure that you enjoy your victory in a safe manner, and let's just see a good show further on. So best of luck to you, Eric. Thank you for those tunes. Once again, viewers, if anyone wants to test them out in the Oceania region in karaoke, you have the opportunity to do so. Now you've seen who you have to go up against. And I mean, genuinely, correct, between the game of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, so still trying to understand what's happening there, where there's a bit of a disconnect happening. So we just really want to see how the game goes there. But apologies if anyone is experiencing any technical issues. Those are being resolved already, and I believe that should be over. There was a brief moment of a slight glitch. Yikes.
All right, and we are continuing with a game between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Team Lebanon. We're still waiting for the players to connect. Renars, I'm really impatient. I'm like waiting.
Yeah, I know
how the guys will look.
We just want to see more of basketball.
I want to see the style they're rocking, because really some great clothing and some great style from both teams, especially Team Saudi Arabia. For those tuning in right now, I would like to remind you we saw them in T-shirts and dress pants yesterday, and we are also giving away some merchandising, so please feel free to visit FIBA.basketball/giveaways, and you can also get dressed in style. Let's take a look at today's games.
Yeah, so we are still yet to see Saudi Arabia play against Lebanon. Australia, however, have already managed to play a game with New Zealand. We'll see one more game coming up after we find out what's happening with the first one. The main stream yet again can be seen on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, where the third game is going to be between Russia and Lithuania, followed by Switzerland playing against Italy. Lithuania is going to meet with Latvia, and Cyprus will finish things off on the mainstream again once up against Italy. Now, about those times, though.
Local times they are indeed, and they are here for the convenience of local viewers, but the games in the stream, they do follow right after each other. We'll have 6 games in total on the main stream of today. We had 7 yesterday because of a special game between Spain and Lithuania, and on the second stream, Renars,
Indonesia have finished their game against Philippines, and yet again, Philippines have scored victorious here. 71-35 in favor of Philippines, and they did exactly as Izzo predicted yesterday in his interview. They wanted to go all the way, and they have done so. Philippines have won all 5 games in their conference at a very dominant showing. Congratulations to the Philippine fans out there. And I mean, the guys definitely had things worked out in terms of how they want to approach the game, what pacing they want to go for. And obviously, Shintaro for sure was a huge benefit in those matches for Philippines to have. Now, the second game on today's games on stream number 2 is going to be between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia right after we find out what's happening here on the main stream. Then there you will see Ukraine playing against Switzerland. Hopefully Ukraine will have a better time than yesterday there. Spain will meet with Latvia. Latvia has a huge task in front of them if they even want to try and contest Spain for the victory, or Italy at that as well. And Ukraine will then have a game against Russia, and Russia will also play against Latvia. Now, notably, Russia on the first day didn't have the best of days. They lost, if I'm not mistaken, both of their games, but what a comeback yesterday. They secured all 3 victories in their games respectively. So I would presume Russia had a huge talk after day 1, found out what wasn't working for them, went over it. We're like, guys, listen, we need to make sure that we're doing these things correctly, that we're not rushing, that we're pacing ourselves correctly, and that goes to show here. So stream number 2 can be seen on Facebook and YouTube here. Only the mainstream additionally is available on Twitch, but we still have one more stream to cover, Ignis.
Well, speaking of Russia, actually, we have to be honest, they played Italy and Spain, 2 probably the best of teams in the European Conference, so that is why they had a hard time. On stream number 3, we have Austria facing off against Lithuania as we speak. Spain playing Italy. Game number 3, and it might be the deciding game in the European Conference. Spain and Italy, they have yet got a game to lose, so that is definitely going to happen in this very game. We'll see who is it, and we'll see who pretty much secures the title in the European Conference. We have Austria and Cyprus. Game number 4 on stream number 3, Cyprus and Spain, Brazil and Argentina. 2 exciting matchups closing the third stream. The third stream is available on YouTube and Facebook, the official FIBA platforms. Also, feel free to use hashtag FIBA Esports Open.
All right. Well, we're just trying to get a connection with the Saudi Arabia and Lebanon game right now. Presumably that goes through. We'll be able to see that game on your screens shortly here. And for Lebanon, I mean, all I can say is best of luck to you guys at this stage. Hopefully they have spent some time watching back the replays. Those are available on the platforms where we stream at least on Facebook for sure. I know I went there yesterday to look over things that I would
To
like
listen
to
to
see
yourself.
Again. To listen to myself, yes, as well, to make sure that there are improvements to be made. Same as in game for these teams. And
I have to be honest, I did it myself as well.
I mean, well, it would be poor of us not to do that.
Pure narcissism on live TV. Yes, Renars, you were speaking of the games.
Yeah, the games. I mean, e-basketball so far has been very eye-opening to me. I like that fact that we have seen a few successful strategies appear here. That once again, those pick and rolls. Same as about like fast-pacing games, which, for example, Spain likes to play. Italy as well at that. They like to keep up the pace in a way where the opposite side never really gets into the comfortable positions that they're used to seeing. Some of these teams are very familiar with the opposite side's players, so they know their individual play styles. They know which player at which angle is best at shooting, best at scoring, which players three-pointers you need to watch out for, and so on. Once again, the individual dribbles at certain times from certain players are just insane. How they manage to dance around three defensive players, and even at that, still manages to find their way through the basket, and so on. So a lot of individual mechanics here that can be seen and showcased. And for anyone who's watching, I presume, you know, you can compare yourself to these players and see the things that you want to work on. I presume that's also what Champ has been doing, watching Australia's games.
And maybe celebrating right now. Maybe celebrating he is. After a win against Team New Zealand, Australia secures the victory in the Oceanic Conference. They conquered the title. They are now up 3-1, and we will either be seeing game number 5 between the teams, or a game between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Lebanon here on the mainstream. Speaking of successful playing styles, the ones that had the most success, they're really playing an up-tempo game. They're running and gunning, and that is a way to put up points in a hurry. You don't have to work that much on defense in this case, and you're not that contested, you know. You're not working for like 24 seconds to get a score, and that is exactly why we're seeing those 116, 117, 118-point games from some teams that have mastered the fast break.
As it usually says, you know, offense is the best defense. Definitely is the case so far in e-basketball.
For some teams,
yes. Those are the ones that can manage that. But one more time, a huge also aspect in any sort of esports in general is communications, and chemistry. Yes. For example, the Spanish players did elaborate that they're also really good friends in real life. They spend time together. Just obviously that team building is happening online as well as offline, and that is a very crucial aspect of esports in general, because I mean, at the end of the day, it is still a team sport, and you need to make sure that you have a very good understanding between these players. You have a good understanding how they're going to perform, where they're going to be at certain times, how they're going to play out their plays, and the more you get to know your individuals, the better the team chemistry and the better the results are coming in. So for anyone who's thinking that you can just join up with random 4 people and you're going to get the same results, chances are it's not going to happen, even though even at times bizarre things like that do tend to pan out as well.
Chances are also that we're having some technical difficulties with the Saudi Arabian Lebanese game. Once again, we're waiting for the game to happen. I would once again like to remind you that Saudi Arabia is up 3-0 against Team Lebanon in the Middle Eastern Conference. Renar, speaking of what Lebanon has to do right now, the teams that play an up-tempo style of basketball, which is Saudi Arabia, the Philippines maybe, also Italy and Spain, you want to put your bodies on them on the defensive end of the floor. That is what Lithuania tried to do in a game against Spain yesterday, and they had some success for like 8 minutes into the ball game, but then Spain started gunning from beyond the arc, and that was how the game was decided. Once again, this is the only strategy against teams like that. You have to stay close, you have to chase them all over the court, because they're both at all of the essential elements of basketball. I'd say they're driving, they are shooting from beyond the arc, and they are especially good on the fast break.
Yeah, it's pretty much a matter of just trying to dictate your own pace over theirs and making sure that you're not presenting them too many opportunities in terms of, like what can be done. Now, unfortunately, Saudi
Flags
Arabia
are switching. Flags
and Lebanon,
are switching.
We won't see that game now, but we did see Australia play against New Zealand, and we'll see them again now as the players are making their way onto the field here. As in the meantime, Australia obviously having fun now, but as they said, it's going to be the same as it was game one, so expect no less from them. In the meantime, New Zealand, still, this is a matter of pride right now. There is no place for giving up. New Zealand, I would expect nothing less from them than a close game here. Quicker probably will continue with his rampage underneath the basket. Mona will continue setting up those three-pointers for his team. Brenton will continuously try to set up plays for his team and find the better openings that he can while dragging the defensive players out of position. So all in all, New Zealand have a good thing. It's worked out for them, and it's just as, Ranji already mentioned, he's been playing these guys for 5 years against them, so they know each other pretty good.
And as our guy from New York said yesterday, a 2K league commentator, Jeff, he told us that Australia and New Zealand are two of the better teams in the whole world. So really an exciting series. It deserved definitely to go down to Game 5, but Australia does a good job in game number 4, and they managed to secure the title. We are now having fun and playing an exciting Game 5 in the Oceanic Series between Australia and New Zealand. Australia opening their bank account in the beginning of the game. They're up 2-0. Ex-Mona taking the lead for Team New Zealand.
Mona responds with that juicy three-pointer and currently in the lead by 1 point, but Wark there finds his way and somehow finds that pass as well. It connects, even though there were defensive players around him. Brenton now looking to set up a play, but ankle GB, a foul there. So ball is still going to be in New Zealand's possession. Timeout called by Rangy as well to just reset things here. And with 4 minutes remaining, Australia, of course, as eager as ever to finish off on a positive note here. Brenton.
And New Zealand, they're fighting for their pride. 3-2 is really a good result if you're playing against a team like Australia. Australia on the break. Work.
That was a questionable pass there from Brenton. However, Cooper now with a three-pointer from the corner, wide open as well. No defense present there. Brenton pass over to Quicker. Quicker tries to go for the basket. Back to Brenton now. Mona is open. Can go for three. Does. And is good.
Ex-Mona on fire in the beginning of the game. The guy's balls are flying high, and he's working full-time at the airport in real life.
6 against 6 with 3.5 minutes remaining. 20 seconds on the shot clock here. The game is even so far as the first quarter is still only just now on its way. Brenton greeted by two defensive players. The ball doesn't get to Quicker there. However, Mona able to pick up the slack. A jump coming out. A pass over to Pencil. The ball is blocked, but it's still in New Zealand's possession.
The game is tied at 6. New Zealand looking for options. We have 11 to shoot. The shot clock was not reset. Brennan, a man of steel in Team New Zealand. He pulls up the mid-range J, and it goes.
Right. Rangy heading over to the other side of the court. Screen is going to be set up. Rangy still not going forward now. Finally, Skoogs had the opportunity. Walk, I guess, wants to put up another three-pointer. A pass is being played all around. Cooper with the jump shot.
Jumper by Cooper. Have we seen him performing in the previous game, or is he stepping in for game number 5? I believe the latter is the case.
We saw him on day 1. Won't be able to recall the score he was able to grab. However, seems to be pretty involved in this game. As now pass over from Pencil to Quicker underneath the basket, and the ball still somehow refuses to go in. As now Wark in possession, can go for a shot. He's going to be greeted by a few of these players.
Pass. Rangy hesitates. Back out. Ball back to Rangy.
Rangy still
Australia
looking for
with
that
5 to shoot.
opportunity.
Almost a high-flying performance by Ankle TV.
Cooper on the three-pointer line. Back to Wark now. Can go back to Cooper. However, Wark plays around. Excellent.
He fades it
footwork.
away.
I mean, that was really a show there as to how you can drag the defensive players out of position and quickly play around
Those
them.
shots are layups for him, and this is an actual layup right here. Ankle TV putting it in. 10-8 it is, and what a Game 5 we're seeing in the Oceanic Conference. One more steal, Australia on the break. Ankle TV with a slam.
Yeah, I mean, he had a few fouls in the beginning of the game, but really brushes it off with this dunk here. A foul will be in play by Scoops. It was a reach-in foul, so the ball is still in possession for New Zealand.
We have giveaways happening. We're giving away 5 FIBA esports t-shirts and 5 official caps of the tournament every day. Please feel free to go to FIBA.basketball/giveaway and enter the draw now. This is one of your last chances to do it, actually, because we are underway in day number 3 of FIBA Esports 2020, the first official FIBA's e-basketball tournament with national federations participating. The players are playing in the NBA 2K Pro-Am mode. As you can see, we're going 5 against 5, and we're seeing some of the best avatars from all over the world. NBA 2K Pro-Am mode, a highly customizable mode. You can customize jerseys, courts, players, whatever you want. So this is pretty much now a role-playing game.
Wark in possession now, 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Australia really wants to extend that lead further as he finds himself close to the basket. Quicker, active on the defense there. Can Mona block Rangy's shot? No, he can't, as another 2 points will fall into the pockets of Australia. And with a half a minute remaining, New Zealanders really are eager to make a play here.
24 in the quarter, 16 on the shot clock. Brennan, an open lane. He kicks it to the corner. No good.
Quicker still gains possession back to Pencil, and a three-pointer from the other side of the playing field there. Narrows it down to only a 3-point lead for Australia. Let's see if they go for a shot here.
Writing his name into the history of this game.
And it's in as well. But it didn't count?
Out of bounds. Called by the ref. Team
right.
New Zealand with a chance to maybe even tie the ball game if they go for a 3. New Zealand will stick with possession, but only 1.5 remaining in the first.
The referee is always right. There was a player who was a real-life basketball referee, but which country was that from?
He is from Italy, and it is Fabulous Fabulo, one of the legendary players in NBA 2K Pro-Am, and a guy with really bright looks on the court. We will have a chance to see him perform on the mainstream. Crazy Khalifa out of the match. He disconnected, so Team New Zealand loses one of theirs. He joined the party. He rejoins the game.
Once again, the players are playing online from the comfort of their homes, and therefore, in order to have fair conditions for all participants and avoid the lag that's being produced by the distance to the servers, we did decide to create 5 conferences and group the participant teams geographically to define the winner of each region. So that's why you tend to see sometimes
connection, I believe, in the game between New Zealand and Australia. We haven't seen this being the case previously, but right now we're still looking for ways to reconnect. To this game. Right now we are experiencing some unexpected technical difficulties in the Oceanic Conference. Team New Zealand players started disconnecting. First of all, we had Crazy Khalifa, then we had Brennan. So we will see what happens, and we are continuing right here with action anyway.
Yeah, well, we need to go over the production needs to go over the rule book there and to understand really how to deal with the situation, because technically, if a player leaves before the first 3 minutes, there should be a like another game.
Yeah, you
should
can
be
remake a
created.
game.
It should be remade. However, now that the first quarter was finished there, we really need to establish, is this some sort of a server technical issue, or is it the players' issues, or what's happening there, to determine how to move forward here. Not to dwell too much on this subject, it did look like that Australia and New Zealand the games really didn't differ from any other that we experienced. So my hopes of a show match are gone, but
close game,
close
competition.
Competition, and obviously, I guess it is truly indeed a matter of pride between these two playing against each other for 5 years. Obviously, the lineups probably have changed a bit along the lines, but still, the players are very familiar with each other, and I wonder as well what sort of the relationships are between these two, because you can have different kinds of rivalries. You can have teams that can sit down at the same desk, talk with each other, talk things over, what they're doing, and still be in good sportsmanship against each other. And you can have absolute silence from the other end, and not necessarily hatred, but just a matter of like not spilling any secrets, not spilling the beans, so to say, and keeping everything to yourself there. So, it's an international
And still you have to
scene.
respect, one another.
Yeah, you need to respect each other, of course. And so far, we've seen a great showcasing of that throughout e-basketball itself. So it's been a very pleasant sight to see.
New Zealand and Australia, they are going for the game number 5 currently, but the game was interrupted, and it will be continued offline. We do not have a chance to stream it right now on the mainstream. So Russia and Lithuania coming up next. A great matchup between two countries. That had some success actually in the tournament. Russia managed to regain its pride after day number 1. So we are up for some great action definitely in FIBA Esports 2020. It is going to be a great day 3 on the mainstream. On the third stream, we might see a game where Spain and Italy plays basically for the title in the European Conference. And actually, Renars, I'm wondering how the game that's happening right now between Australia and New Zealand will finish, because Australia, they do have a title in their pockets, but New Zealand is still fighting for their pride, and they do want to show that this was supposed to be a close series, a series that deserved all 5 games to be played.
I mean, it started off very close between them already since day number 1, and we've seen that as a trend in a few of these matchups already here. To touch on the subject of Russia going against Lithuania, yes, correctly, you mentioned there that on the first day they did meet the big 2 out of this European group, which was Italy and Spain accordingly. Now,
both played against Spain and Italy already.
Yes. Jeff did, however, on yesterday's interview, commend on the fact that Lithuania has managed to secure a few convincing victories themselves, and as we saw on yesterday's stream as well, going up against Spain, they have a very clear idea what needs to be done. So I would presume that's going to be the case here going up against Russia as well. In question is, some of these countries tend to be very emotional during their play, and not to dwell on that factor too much, you do sort of want to get into the head of your opponents at times, because it's obviously very beneficial for you if the players start to lack in their performance in terms of what sort of plays you're trying to set yourself up for. And I wonder if that is any of these teams' game plans, because it certainly would be something that I would like to go for if I would be participating. Just shots that normally you wouldn't want to see, things that you normally wouldn't want to connect. You can see a few of these players trying to go for this with like crazy passes all over the place, but it's just too easy to make steals happen here. So I would say it's probably more to do that better in terms of just continuous dunks and stuff like that happening. So, but perhaps
dunks do intimidate anyway. Dunks do intimidate, and they sometimes get you going. They sometimes wake you up in a ball game, both in real basketball and in the NBA 2K in the Pro-Am mode that we are using for the FIBA Esports 2020. A highly customizable mode it is. You can customize jerseys, courts, players. Pro-Am mode is also used in the NBA 2K League, which is now in its third season. The mode allows for the opportunity to play specific Pro-Am teams through its matchmaking features. That's what we're seeing in the NBA 2K League. That's what we're seeing right here in FIBA Esports 2020. And let's see what were the best moments from today in FIBA Esports 2020. And we will continue after that with a game between, once again, I would like to remind you, Lithuania and Russia. Some best moments from today. Here we can see the game 4 of the Australian-New Zealand series, and Australia on their way right here, as you can see, to win the Oceania Conference, which they later managed to do.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent job coming out from Australia so far today. Unfortunately, slightly plagued by connectivity issues. In the meantime, here you can see also Quicker did put up a few of those dunks, and he, as I already said before, he somehow finds to manage himself without any sort of defensive players right underneath the basket there. So he has good understanding in terms of timings, where he needs to be at what time. Otherwise, you wouldn't normally see just a player standing there alone and for those free 2-pointers to be available for.
Well, what really matters in NBA 2K is a connection between the point guard and the center. So we're seeing some of the perfect examples, I'd say, in Team Australia and Team New Zealand, especially Brennan and Quicker from the New Zealand squad.
A few more of these moments, and you see there as well that shots, there have been a few of those shot on clock violations happening, and this is once again touching back on the subject of players need to be a bit more decisive, because we've seen opportunities not being used, and perhaps it's a matter of just like a certain play the players want to make, or see how it pans out for them. But still, you definitely don't want to run down the clock so low as we tend to see here, because like if it's still 2 seconds remaining and you're not transitioning into a shot by that time, most likely we're going to see a shot.
But we do have to pay our compliments to defenses.
Oh, for sure.
In this case, some great defensive possessions we've seen in the tournament. Actually, Team Australia and Team New Zealand, both of the teams are great on the defensive end of the floor. They haven't scored much. None of them have allowed many points. 158 and 146 in 3 games it was. So it means that we had around 50 points for each of the teams in the first 3 games of the series. Here we are witnessing the latter stages of the Oceanic Conference and the battle in it. So New Zealand managed to win the first game in the series 56-50. Australia then came out on top 63-47 in game number 2, and Australia they did win a very, very close game in game number 3. Once again, great defense from both teams. It was 45-43.
Absolutely true. Well, here we do have the final moments of the replay. In the meantime, we're going to try to connect to Saudi Arabia and hear from the players themselves what's really going on in there and what sort of spirits they are in. Because obviously the players, well, pretty much are making their way very convincingly to that victory podium. And therefore, I mean, the guys really have nothing to be sad about here.
Yeah, they are an exciting, high-scoring team. We'll have a chance to talk to them very, very soon. Team Saudi Arabia, they are the champions of the Middle Eastern Conference. We'll be talking to Fofo Fuad Barga. He is 28 years of age, coming, of course, from Saudi Arabia, the city of Dammam, number 10 for his team. He plays center, and he is a real pain beast.
I mean, we've seen it a few times beforehand, and we do have a connection. Hello, Fofo. How are you? And how do you feel in your conference knowing that you are going to be securing that big W, that big win?
Hello. We feel good, and it was an easy games. And we appreciate that we can play in this event. So thank you for this event.
What is the secret? Some really high-scoring games. What is your game plan, basically? What was your game plan in the series?
So I think because we are practice in 1 month ago, so we have a good chemistry, and actually we playing 2K since maybe 2K18 together. So our team it has
years.
experience in everything. Yes.
All right.
So I think that also the Lebanese team has not good defense, so we can score that high.
Okay, well, what do you like about your position being in the center, using the archetype Paint Beast? Do you really like to be in on all the action?
Yeah, of course. I think it's the center is the most position in the game, and because it's defending the base and also in offense. So I think it's the most position in the game.
You scored 116, speaking of scoring again, but now Italy has 118 points in their account in a game against Ukraine. Are you going to try to score even more in the remaining games against Lebanon?
We will try this. Yes, we will try. We will try to score a high score in this event. Yes.
All right. Well, do you have any perhaps sort of rituals that you guys tend to do before the matches, sort of to get into the mood of the game?
I think yes. Actually, we're listening to music, so we can go in the mood of this game before we play. Yeah.
Overall, speaking of the FIBA Esports Open 2020, it is the first ever FIBA's official e-basketball event with national federations participating. How are you feeling being a part of it?
Of course, I'm proud and I feel great for this event, and we participate as the national team of Saudi Arabia. So we hope there will be more events like this, and we are ready for this one.
All right. So obviously we're talking about a lot of success here, but what are the things that you think that you guys need to improve? What are the things that slightly are lacking on your side?
I think I can say that Saudi Arabia is the best teams in Asia. Also, we can compete against Europe teams, so we are ready for this one also. Yeah, we have a good players.
Speaking of teams like Spain, Italy, that are currently dominating the European conferences, the European Conference, how would you compare yourself to those teams?
I think we can compete with them. Yes, we have a good players for comp players. Yes, and I think we can beat them in series. So I hope we can play in future against them.
All right, well, you guys are winning a game after game. How are you planning to celebrate all of that success?
I think just we celebrate and not too much. So because we just play with one team. So and Lebanese, I think they didn't prepare for this tournament actually, because they already 2 weeks before. Yeah, so we can celebrate if we win a big tournament. Yes.
Thank you for the interview. Best of luck in the future. We are continuing with more action in FIBA Esports 2020, the first official FIBA Z-Basketball tournament with national federations participating. My name is Ignas. My calling for the tournament is Renars. We have Russia and Lithuania coming up next in the mainstream. On the mainstream, the third game of the stream, we did have a chance to witness a bit of Australia and New Zealand. And Australia, they are the winners of the Oceania Conference. We saw them winning Game 4 and winning the series at the very same time. It is a set of 5 being played in 4 out of 5 conferences. We're playing round robin in the European one.
Well, in case anyone's confused, in case anyone is only just now tuning in, let's remind everyone where all of the teams are coming from the globe itself. We have a total of 17 countries attending the FIBA Esports Open 2020 e-basketball event. Now, there was no qualification process involved for these teams. The registration was open for all the national federations of FIBA, but because there was a short lead time, obviously these are the teams that we have managed to get so far. However, the fact that you don't see your nation represented here in no way reflects the fact that they didn't have interest in it, meaning that in the very next event that FIBA is already on its way with planning and trying to make happen, you are going to be greeted with a lot more countries. And again, these games are being played from the players' homes, meaning that everyone is at home and it's happening online, and therefore we need to make sure that everyone has fair conditions here, all right? There is a little thing called lag when internet travels from home to server to home. It takes time. You saw that happening with Saudi Arabia and Lebanon there, with New Zealand as well, as the technical issues did arose there. So therefore, this is the reason why we need to divide these 17 countries into conferences. So let's have a look again. What do we have hiding under the European Conference?
We got 9 teams participating. They're playing in a round-robin format, so each team plays each team, and the one with the most wins and maybe with the best point differential comes out with the win out of the conference, comes away with the title, I'd say, and wins a digital copy of NBA 2K21, a game that is not out yet, but as soon as it is released, the digital copy will be sent to the winners of conferences, teams Spain and Italy, currently the main contenders for the title in the European Conference, and we have 4 more.
That is correct. We do have the Asia Conference up next to Asia Conferences, where we have the Middle East Conference, Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, where we just spoke with the Saudi Arabia representative. We do have the Southeast Asia Conference, where Indonesia is playing up against Philippines. Actually, that is already secured in the bag for Philippines because they've managed to grab all 5 victories. And Izzo, the team's captain, was absolutely correct in his prediction that they're going to go all the possible way. And we do have the Oceania Conference, where Australia still trying to close things off with New Zealand. However, Australia have secured their victory, so the players are quietly already celebrating that juicy W.
South American Conference, also a great matchup between Argentina and Brazil. We already have a winner in the conference, and it is Team Argentina. 3 wins yesterday, and 3 wins through day 1 and day 2. They allowed Argentina to secure place number 1, the first place in the South American Conference. And here we go with today's games. Some action still remaining in FIBA Esports 2020. We have Russia and Lithuania coming up on the mainstream. Switzerland and Italy, the 4th game of the stream. We still have to wait for like 10 minutes for the Russian-Lithuanian game. There are no scores for the Australian and Saudi games since they had to remake the games, and we were experiencing some technical difficulties. We have Lithuania and Latvia, and exciting matchup between 2 of the Baltic sisters as a 5th game on the mainstream. Cyprus and Italy closing it. You can see local times right near the flags of the countries, so please be aware that games in the stream, they go right after each other, and those times are just for the convenience of the local viewers. The mainstream is available on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
Well, we have 2 more streams to cover. That is today's games on stream number 2 on your screens. Indonesia played up against Philippines, that final game, 71-35, and Philippines grabbed the victory here. Lebanon and Saudi Arabia yet to play that game off stream, presumably, as previously mentioned technical problems. Then where there is a match happening between Ukraine and Switzerland. Spain is going to go up against Latvia, and once again, Latvia technically has an opportunity to win Europe, but
They
like,
need to win everything.
They would need to start things
Spain
off by
needs to
winning
lose
Spain.
everything.
Yeah, and Spain just needs a horrible day today in order to somehow lose their position. Ukraine will then follow with a game against Russia and a back-to-back game for Russia against Latvia as well. That is going to be the final game on stream number 2, which can be seen on Facebook and YouTube. And Ignas, there is still one more stream that we need to talk about.
Exciting action on stream number 3. Here we can see the closest out of closest games in the history so far. FIBA Esports 2020. Austria comes away with the win against Lithuania by 1 point, so it had to be a thriller. Spain and Italy, one more thriller coming up. Hope we get a chance to follow what happens in the game. Spain and Italy battling it out, probably for the winning position in the European Conference. We'll see who comes out on top. Austria and Cyprus, the 4th game on stream number 3. Also Cyprus and Spain playing in the stream. Brazil and Argentina closing it, and we are going to see whether or not Lithuania comes back into their rhythm, the rhythm that they had on the first day of the tournament in a game against Russia. It is coming up in 5 minutes. Lithuania just lost to Austria by a single point, and we are having a real thriller not only in the games but in the standings as well. We'll see how it goes. A lot of teams with similar performances. Now Lithuania is 3-3, Austria is 4-3, so Lithuania, they really need those wins, and probably a battle for the 3rd place in the European Conference is going to be no less interesting than a battle between, as we can predict, Spain and Italy.
Well, I mean, Austria has done an amazing job at beating both of the Baltic sisters now, because they won over Latvia as well in the first day, 77 against 67, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, happy days for Austria. As far as we hear from the production team, the game between Lithuania and Austria was a very close one, like throughout the whole game.
1 point.
Luckily, there are replays available online later on, so you can go and see how that panned out for the Lithuanian side, and obviously for Lithuania as well. Now that they have lost in such a fashion, because it's always painful to lose just by 1 point. It doesn't matter in even what game it is. It's just that fact that it's 1 point, or even an exam, you know, you don't get that good mark because you're 1 point behind. Now, the fact that they're going to go up against Russia, I hope they can manage their mental game, because obviously it's still very important.
They are disappointed right now. They really, really are. And Team Lithuania is the 3rd best defensive team. That is what has to be mentioned in the European Conference. They are only allowing, they were only allowing through the first 2 days 60.4 points, and that, as mentioned, is the 3rd best result in the tournament. They're not scoring in high numbers, however, 64.4 points on average for Team Lithuania. And Team Russia, a team that lost their first 2 games against Italy and Spain, probably the 2 best teams of the European Conference. Russia scores 70, so that is a better result than Team Lithuania. At least those are the stats for the first 2 days of the tournament. But Russians, however, they allow 64.6 points, and since both Lithuania and Russia have played teams Italy and Spain, this is really those statistics, you know, become reliable in that manner.
Well, let's see soon as the players are setting themselves up for the game gradually here. Obviously, talking over last-minute strategies yet again, and well, pretty much coming to a consensus as to how they want to really approach this game. I still think that Lithuania are pretty good in terms of doing a fast game in general, and I think that would be probably the better approach.
They're good at stopping it, actually.
Well, they're good at stopping it, but in order for you to be good at stopping it, that means that you know how to play it, because once you understand what you're playing against, then you know how to stop it, right?
In some cases,
Sorry,
yeah, but
I love theory crafting.
Those are offensive-minded teams sometimes those are defensive-minded teams. So it really depends on what you can do as a team, really.
Correct.
You know, if you have a player with, I don't know, physical abilities, the basketball IQ to defend, if you got a good body, you know, and you can move quickly, like get off screens, you know, and switch 1 of 5, then of course it increases the probability of you being a great defensive team if you have players like that on your roster. On the offensive end of the floor, different skills are required. You need to be able, especially in 2K, to make threes in transition. You have to be able to run quick, have a good outlet pass, a good understanding of where your teammates are going on the fast break. You need to put the ball in their hands as soon as possible. Lithuania, a team that doesn't do much of that itself. It has a great center, of course, that loves running in front all the time, the professor, but they are still better at stopping the fast breaks, the case that we have witnessed in a game against Spain, than organizing the breaks themselves.
Well, talking about transitions, players, and rosters, let's have a look and see who is going to be representing these countries today. So on the Russian side, you're going to have Misha, I, Rock and Roller. It's me, Dennis, Stepker, Panther. And on the Lithuanian side, there's going to be Professor, Shrooms, Svaiduka, I, Buzzer, and Davidas Davidas. So same lineups, if I'm not mistaken, that we've seen so far from either of these federations here today. And I would expect no less from either of those. Now, you do see that on average on the Russian side, on a quick glance, they are slightly on the younger side in terms of average age, but however, Lithuania is not far off there. So I think the overall experience is pretty much evenly spread throughout the teams. In terms of the actual positions that are being played, Lithuania does have technically a bit more diversity, because you do have 2 centers position-wise on the Russian side.
And you have 2 guys in Lithuania who are playing the NBA 2K series since 2009. Dennis Timonin is playing since 2010. So we'll see how it goes for both squads. Russia on a great roll so far. They managed to come away with the win against Team Austria, 63-58. Once again, a close ball game it was, just like with Team Lithuania. Lithuania lost just recently in their previous game that finished like 10 minutes ago by 1 point to Austria. Russia managed to come out on top against that country. Russia also with 2 wins yesterday against Switzerland and Cyprus. They did manage to beat Switzerland by 36 and Cyprus by 41.
Yeah, and slightly touching on the subject on the customization that the Pro-Am mode allows you to bring to the table here, Stepker is saying the following thing about him. So he says, I never change any custom animations or face or clothes at 2K, playing with the face that 2K gave me in the start of my gaming career. So he's
going for the basic, Mr. Fundamental.
Yeah, Mr. Fundamental making it work with whatever life presents. And now let's see if Lithuania almost read out the name of the team as it's usually pronounced here in the Baltics.
Lietuva and Russia facing off against each other.
Yes.
Let's be fair for both teams.
All right. Man, that really threw me off.
Let's go. It's me, Dennis. Here he is, one of the leaders of the Russian squad. A tip-off controlled by Team Russia. Misha
Stepker
gives
on
it
the
up.
ball.
Rock and roller.
Oh, slight
Stepker.
misplay almost there. As Stepker still in possession of the ball. Deep pass now onto Panther. Panther still finding a way. Can't really make it. 4 seconds on the shot clock. A shot opportunity needs to be presented here.
Misha in a hurry. He puts it up after the violation.
Indeed, it is going to be Lithuania's ball now in possession. First seconds are yet to show us a point. And speaking about showing points, almost the three-pointer coming out there. Shrooms does manage to recover the ball there as well. Professor setting up a screen as Svajduka now in control. Tries to open up a space in front of him to go for a shot. 2 seconds.
Davidas putting it up, no good. Professor controlling the board, one of the better big men in the European Conference, but Professor loses it. Russia on the break. Step Kerr going inside, he stops. He's at the three-point line now. Those are two of the contenders for the third place in the European Conference, and it is going to be one heck of a battle both in this game and in the conference itself. We have a lot of teams competing for the bronze medal.
And more than a minute now without any points. I think this is so far unprecedented in this event. The ball is way over the basket as a shot clock violation comes through. And it is going to be Lithuania's ball now. We are yet to see points.
Those are two great defensive teams. Russia allowed Spain to score 92 on them, but that was the only time that a team has scored more than 62 points against Russia. Lithuania allowed 78 only from Team Spain. Italy scored 63 on them, Switzerland 55, Cyprus 51, Ukraine 55. So two great defensive teams, with the exception of the Spanish game. Let's call it that way. Shrooms with a fake, Davidas putting one up to the right.
And they're really regularly running down the shot clock here. As finally, will it be the first 2 points? It is indeed, as Russia opens things up after almost 2 full minutes of no scoring here. So an intense match either way. A illegal screen coming out from Professor there. So a bit too eager to stop the Russian side. But still, however, the ball remains in possession of Russia as Misha now looking to see if he can set things up. And another foul.
Svajduka with a foul. He's called for reaching in.
Needs to be a bit cleaner here. No need now to have these fouls. 15 seconds, but less than that now as Misha's having trouble to getting through the defensive lines.
His dribbling moves, and it is deflected. What a block. 8 to shoot for Russia.
So Russia really wants to set themselves up for a clean basket here. Stepker with a surprise move inwards. Misha.
Nice kick out. Misha is wide open, and he converts.
Talking about big plays here from the Russian side. An excellent use of last few seconds remaining there now. Svajduka still trying to set up some sort of a play on their side. Finds himself underneath the basket, puts it up, and it is good. 5 against 2 here as Lithuania lacking now a three-pointer to even things out on the scoreboard.
Lithuania finally finding something on the offensive end of the floor with almost 3 minutes played in the first quarter. Russia answer right back with a dunk. And it's stolen by Russia. Russians on the break. A big dunk right here. It is 9-2. And Lithuanians cannot be happy with how this is going so far.
Yeah, those quick steals, those quick transitions, the resultiveness, the result shown by the Russians is excellent so far. Almost out of bounds there. Shrooms manages to regain control of the ball there. Svajduka got stuck between defenses.
It is 5 to shoot. Once again, a long break by Team Lithuania. You do not want this a lot. What a fadeaway. Svajduka, a left-handed point guard, missing it.
Yeah, going for that quick, sweet 180, 360, a lot of degrees plays around the board. There's 7 points still for Lithuania, and having real trouble finding those as well. I think it's one of the lower score lines that we've seen in all of these 3 days in the first quarter here, as 1 minute and 20 seconds still remaining, and 2 free throws are going to be presented for Misha here, and he extends the lead successfully even further. 11-2 now as Lithuania on the back foot.
2 points in a quarter. It would be a nightmare. Lithuania in a desperate need to get something going for them. Svajduka. 1:20 in the quarter. A screen from Professor. Svajduka to the Professor. No need to be that fancy.
That would have been a first as well here in terms of moves. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out for the Lithuanian side. And you can see Russia is really active on the fact of just making sure that Lithuania doesn't have these pathways towards the basket. They're keeping them in touch.
Professor trying to teach a lecture inside, but he is denied. Step Kerr, stolen by Lithuania. Here we have it. High buzzer. He's fouled to stop the break. Under a minute to go in the first. Lithuania struggling big time on the offensive end of the floor. Svaiduka dishes it to Professor. Professor back out to buzzer. No good. Professor with an offensive board, and he is blocked.
What's up with the blocking on the Russian side? I mean, it's been like, what, the third, fourth blocked shot already in the first quarter, last seconds, and now
Davidas finally getting something to go for Team Lithuania. He puts it in. Davidas Drapanauskas in real life, a guy who desires to live in Alaska if it could be anywhere in the world.
Well, that's a far way to go from Lithuania. 21 seconds now remaining as Misha opens things up even more for the Russian side. And an interception there as well. Transition over. Rock and Roller can go for it. 7 seconds. Does he go for a pass here? Yes, he does, as Misha will try to put it up. It's actually Rock and Roller.
Perfect acid alkaline balance. He is a chemistry guy in real life. We are switching games, and this is a very important matchup between Spain and Italy. They are battling for the first place in the European Conference, and Italy is up by 6.
Yeah,
Spain looking for ways back.
Exactly. Something that you don't get to see here often is the fact that Spain is playing on the back foot. 6 points behind. Let's jump back now, though, and see how it plays out further between Russia and Lithuania. Excellent shot there coming out.
Davidas finally. His second 3 of the ball game. It is 16-8. Russia still finding a lot more openings. One more right here, and it is a trifecta.
Because of the importance of the game between Spain and Italy, from time to time we'll jump backwards and forwards between these two just to keep tabs on, because I'm really interested how it plays out. But now Lithuania trying to set up a play here. Svaiduka tries to go forward. The defensive players are extremely active around him. Sort of has an opportunity there. Pass over to Professor. 180 pass out. Buzzer puts up a jump shot, a far one at that, and that is still good.
A wide open shot. Finally, Lithuania finding something on the offensive end of the floor. Buzzer, Thomas Buzys in real life, and he's done some CrossFit, actually.
CrossFit is a difficult thing to catch up with. It's very demanding on your body, and obviously brings up a lot of endurance, which goes to show here now in these games when the pressure is really on. You're representing your country. You need to score. The time is running down again. An alley-oop and a slam as Russia extends the lead with 11 points now. Double digits for Russia.
Panther Alexei Cherkovsky playing ice hockey in real life. He is playing NBA 2K since 2019 in terms of a competitive manner. He used to play for fun since 2016. It is an 11-point game. We have a little over 3 minutes to go in the second quarter.
3 seconds remaining. Lithuania pass over there in a quick...
Buzzer, the last second of the shot clock. He puts it in. We have a picture-in-picture view right here. Spain against Italy. Italy up by 6. A very important game in the European Conference that might decide the winner. Svaiduka calling for a timeout.
21 against 12 here. 9 points for Lithuania yet to obtain. The second quarter is midway as 2.5 minutes still remaining here. What a pass. An eager one at that. The ball is going to be still in Russia's possession. Rock and Roller looking to put it into play. Misha is absolutely covered. Still finds the pass there. Could have gone forward. Decides to stick around that three-point line. Holds on to the ball as much as possible. Pass over to Panther and a quick slam from above. Professor fails to cover him. Or that was Shrooms, I believe.
The Professor is not having a good game anyway. He did dominate in the paint against Spain, against a team like Spain, like relatively. Ave Murillo was up on him, but the professor was having a great game. Not the case here against Russia. It is a gem ball as the professor tips it to the Russian side. Misha
tries to go forward. Obviously, Lithuania active here as well. Step Kerr, previously very successful in getting those defensive players out of position. And as I said, so Panther just finds himself alone with the ball in hand and the basket in front of him and makes, of course, good use of that fact as Russia extends the lead by 13 now over Lithuania, and a minute 50 still remaining. And an interception coming out. Misha very quick on his feet going forward, but the defensive players aren't in position. A wide open shot.
Wide open. And it is nothing but net. 28-12. Lithuania is having a really bad game. They're not that bad on the defensive end of the floor, actually, but their main problem is their offense. You can still, stay in the game if you score something like 20 right here in 2 quarters, but Lithuania not managing to do so. What a defensive performance by Team Russia. And Mr. Professor from Team Lithuania, the center, is totally erased from the game right here. Shrooms putting it up, grabs his own board, kicks it back out. Eye buzzer from mid-range. He puts it in.
Right, Italy is leading now, meanwhile, with double digits indeed. So Spain under pressure right now to perform, and what a performance from Italy. Back to Russia, Lithuania. For last 50 seconds in the second quarter. Halftime is approaching.
Misha looking for options and finding an opening.
A big dunk out here. 16 points for Lithuania, required to even things out here. So obviously, baby steps needed to be made. First of all, starts to control the pace of the game, and a foul.
Good foul. It is a clear path foul, however, so the Lithuanians are called for the clear path, and Step Kerr now knocking down them both, and Russia will maintain possession.
No mercy from the Russian side on a free throw line here as the lead is extended to 18. Misha now still in possession. Another foul coming out from the Lithuanian side. That was Davidas Davidas. That is a bit too much now.
Russia's in the bonus. Misha converting. Lithuanians might be mentally tired. They lost the game by 1 against Team Austria, and now they're down by 20 against Team Russia.
It's that sinking feeling in your gut that you need to battle right now, and Step Kerr with a fast dunk and an and one opportunity at that.
Lithuanians are fouling way too much. It is a 4th team foul right now in the second quarter, and they are really not controlling themselves. First of all, from the mental perspective, you have to prevent the stress of from controlling you.
It sounds easy to do, but it can be very difficult in esports. With the last 12 seconds now remaining, Lithuania wants to finish on a high note.
But the ball is stripped away.
And it's clean as well. So it is going to be Russia's possession with 9.6 seconds remaining, and the hopes of Lithuania starts to disappear as 5 more to go. And can Misha do it? Passes it over. And what a dunk from Panther here as 3 more seconds.
A green Panther right here, not the pink one. And it is in the books, 39-14. Quarter number 3, Russia-Lithuania. Russia with 39, Lithuania 14. What a second quarter for Team Russia. It was 23-9, and we also have Spain and Italy playing probably for a chance to call themselves the winners of the European Conference. Italy up by 10. The professor slamming it home. Lithuania finally a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, perhaps just a few words would have been exchanged there in that half time, and obviously that's something that you still mindfully need to remind your teammates is that, guys, let's just calm down. Let's play our game. Obviously, Russia is good at playing their own. So now it's just about a matter of overtaking that pace of the game. Svaiduka trying to do exactly that as the screen is being set up for him by the professor. Over to Davidas, previously very successful on the three-pointers. Another screen is going to be coming through. Is this going to be a shot? As 8 seconds remaining, a shot is decent, not good enough yet, but
iBuzzer with the board. You need to take those chances and you need to shoot shots like this. iRock'n'Roller with a foul. A 25-point game. A game that no one expected. A difference that no one expected. Actually, it was supposed to be a close game. Svaiduka splitting the D, pulling up from mid-range.
Yeah, first day was very resultative for the Lithuania side. They did manage to secure 3 victories, if I'm not mistaken, there. So far, obviously not the performance that people might expect, but at the end of the day, you're playing against best of the best from Europe, so you can't really expect for you to just have an easy time here. And the ball is going to be almost intercepted here, but
timeout, Svaiduka. He rescues himself with a timeout. Lithuania scored 50 against Team Italy, the team that currently has the most chances, as we can see in their game against Spain, to win the European Conference. And this is not the case on the offensive end of the floor for Lithuania in a game against Russia. Here it is, a three-pointer. Lithuania scored 85, 81, and 67 in the first day of the tournament. However, they were playing Switzerland, Cyprus, and Ukraine, 3 teams that are currently in the bottom of the standings.
Well, speaking about scoring, you do have a chance to score yourself a t-shirt or
Professor
a cap.
teaching some lectures finally. He throws one down, and what a drop step before.
Indeed, Professor finally picking up the pace here. Step Curve finds himself absolutely open, but a quick block comes out from the Lithuanian side. A chance to pass, dangerous one at that. And the ball is back to Russia. Step Kerr in possession. Can't really find an opening for a pass now. Professor underneath the basket tries to play around the offense. The pace is slowed down here, but 8 seconds remaining.
Misha. It's me, Dennis, putting it in. Svaiduka, the Professor. The ball is stripped away. Russia on the break. iRock'n'Roller waiting for his teammates. Step Kerr. Misha wide open for 3, and he gets it to go. Only 3% covered, and an excellent release.
And the scoreline of Lithuania has been doubled by that of Russia. 50 against 23 with 2 minutes remaining here on a steal coming out.
Moves.
Step Kerr, far two-pointer. And it doesn't go in, but the rebound is good still. So Panther now has an opportunity to score. A timeout called out. And the ball is going to be reset into play.
Russia has 11 to shoot. We're down to 156 in the third quarter. Step Kerr. Panther. Misha. 3 seconds to shoot. Misha spins inside, and he is fouled by the Professor.
I believe that might have been the plan all along. Drag the clock down as much as you can. Go for that shot. Lithuania obviously is going to be reactively going for that the defense there, and easy 2 points for Russia.
Misha Mikhail Panchenko, 18 years of age, from St. Petersburg in real life. He's playing the point guard position for Team Russia.
In the meantime, on the Italy-Spain side, you can see Spain has managed to close down that point gap now to 7 points, but
what
Italy
a game.
is still in the lead, and that is a tight match to see. Third quarter there and a minute and a half remaining.
43 to 52 in that game. Misha once again making both free throws. It is 54 to 23. Lithuania facing a blowout. Svaiduka.
Wide open, could have gone for the shot there, still decides to pass over it. iBuzzer seems to be better positioned as he finds a three-pointer, and that's the shots that you want to make now to close down that point gap with minute and 15 seconds remaining. Panther could have gone. Seemed to be a bit of a misplay there happening. Also might be nerves. And now on the offensive, Lithuania a foul, and it's a personal foul from Misha.
Misha just pushes Davidas out of bounds. It is a bit over a minute ago in the third quarter. Svaiduka looking for options for Team Lithuania. Svaiduka is not one of those point guards that love shooting from distance. most of the times you see a sharp shooting playmaker in the NBA 2K Pro Am mode. Svaiduka not one of those. Davidas.
That's painful.
He did make a shot, but it is a shot clock violation called a moment before.
That is a painful one. You find the opening. Finally, it pans itself out as required on the playing field, and just simply a millisecond too late. Misha now still in possession of the ball. Panther
throws it down. It is a facial, both hands. And here we go, 56-26. What a play by Team Russia.
Davidas now. Playing around with his teammate a bit there, holding on to the ball. Svaiduka back to Davidas. Fakes a shot and a pass.
A nice backdoor cut by Shrooms, and he throws down the reverse.
17 seconds remaining in the third quarter here. Lithuania still struggling to find its way back in, and Step Kerr yet again could have gone for the shot there. Just runs down the clock a bit more to make sure Lithuania don't have any chance of coming back into this, as a quick layup coming out from Lithuania, an easy 2 points, and that is going to be it in the third quarter here. Spain-Italy, though, in the meantime, Italy has broken the 60-point line. It looks like it's about 12-point lead that they're having in the fourth quarter on its way. So Spain probably not really feeling too comfortable right now with the fact of how that match is going.
At one point, the teams were only separated by 5 points. Now we have a double-digit lead by Team Italy. Spain, they can put up points in a hurry. We did have a chance to witness it during the tournament, but Italy is really doing a great job on the defensive end of the floor. We have a fourth quarter to go in a game between Spain and Italy. A careless pass right here, but Panther, after taking the rebound, he steps out of bounds. So Lithuania with possession.
iBuzzer puts the ball into play, and directly in the hands of Russia is already Step Kerr on its way, looking to see if he can find Panther there underneath the basket. Forced to move out as long time has passed, but it's me, Dennis. And indeed it is, as with 3 points, he extends the lead of Russia even further.
Dennis Timonen, his favorite player in real life is Alexei Shved from Khimki Moscow. At least he played his last season in the team, so no wonder he loves putting up shots from distance.
Russia still almost on the double amount of points that Lithuania has, and with 4 minutes still remaining here, Lithuania has their work cut out for them. A slam again from the Russian side, and Step Kerr has been very good with these passes.
Russia is really soaring high in days 2 and 3 of the tournament. They did struggle in the first day, but now this is not the case. Svaiduka back out. Davidas, a mid-range J, and it is no good.
It's me, Dennis, now in possession, looking for Misha. Finds him. Misha, so far so good in terms of holding on to the ball. Tries to go for a shot. Panther
missing the dunk. Davidas, what a lob, and it is converted.
Those long hands come into play there for sure, as he barely reaches the ball, but that's all he needs to make sure that the ball reaches the basket.
Shrooms, Šarūnas Petkevičius in real life, and he is the best friend, or is it dad jokes in real life?
So anyone's missing out on one, they can contact him and ask him to see if he can help out with that fact. 61-32, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Svaiduka puts up an easy 2-pointer for Lithuania. Finally finds his way around the defensive lines of Russia. Misha, however, very quick on the return. An alley-oop opportunity. Rock and Roller didn't spot the ball in time. There is Step Kerr now still in possession of the ball. 3-pointer opportunity.
Step Kerr gives it inside. Panther back out to Rock and Roller. And it is an offensive 3-second violation. Panther stayed in the paint for too long. Lithuania ball.
Yeah, Panther was just waiting for that pass to come through. Perhaps the comms didn't really represent that at the time, so he overstepped the time clock on that one. Davidas now in control. That is 2, I believe, and that's even slightly too late there.
Step Kerr, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. He throws a lob to Panther, and he is using his long hands right here.
Panther found what he was looking for. Professor now slams it in for Lithuania as 1:57 remaining on the clock.
Step Kerr.
No steal just yet. Step Curry really has been hard to get rid of in terms of the ball control, but it's me, Dennis, yet again with another slam. Shows
And
that he
here
can
we go,
put
the
up
Professor.
not only three-pointers.
Well, you have to be a lockdown defender, actually, if you want to steal a ball like the Lithuanians did, like Svaiduka did in that very, like Davidas tried in that very episode against the Russian point guard. Here we have a slam and a game between Spain and Italy. 1:12 to go. Italy, they seem to be on their way to winning the European Conference since they are up by 13.
An excellent performance coming out from Italy. I'm sure they did their research yesterday extensively to prepare, and a foul. Panther, a shooting foul from him. So Lithuania, an opportunity for two here, but with 1:20 remaining, I would say it's dire times for Lithuania.
Shrooms making them both. We'll see Lithuania perform still on the mainstream, and
Yes.
they are going to be playing Latvia.
Baltic sisters meet yet again, but before that, Lithuania now, a long pass, Shrooms. Easy 2 points, nothing fancy from him there. Obviously, you want to play with guarantee now more than anything.
Yeah, we'll see a clash between the sisters, but this is not something like you see, on a Cops TV show or something. This is going to be basketball. No unnecessary aggression, we promise. Anyway, here we go. Spain and Italy. Italy 71-60 right now, back to double digits. And I highly doubt the possibility that Spain might still come back into the ballgame. It is actually impossible.
A few seconds remaining there, and Italy and all the Italians watching can start celebrating as Italy steals it away from the claws of Spain. In the meantime, Russia tries and does so as well, securing yet another 3 points in the game against Lithuania. And Lithuania, it seems they have met their match in the form of Russia.
Well, still, Italy has games to win against Cyprus and Switzerland, so we'll see how that goes on the mainstream.
But the biggest titan they had to meet has been met, and you can say that it has fallen.
It looked like Italy is the second best team in the European Conference. However, they managed to beat Spain in a very important game. It is 76-42 in a game between Russia and Lithuania. Russians with a very convincing victory, and Renars, we're going to have a chance to talk to one player from the winning side very, very soon, and we are also waiting for a game that could be a chance to see the champions, well, the winners actually of FIBA Esports 2020, the European Conference, the ones who might get a digital copy of NBA 2K21, Italy and Switzerland facing off against each other. Next, of course, we are going to take a break before that, but now we are waiting for a chance to talk to the Russian side. An impressive victory against Lithuania. It is 76-42.
I mean, we saw from Lithuania something similar that we saw beforehand in the game against Spain, where they start off strong, they're very active on the defensive lines, they have good pacing, they keep up with their opponent, and just somehow this lead starts to form itself after a very long minutes without any scoring at all, and then afterwards transitioning into Russia, finding the openings that they need. And for the Lithuanian side, I would say we initially for sure saw something similar where the players pretty much can't really enter the defensive zone of Russia. They're sort of stuck outside on the three-pointer line, and they're forced to go for these risky shots at times. The shot clocks were being run down around continuously there as well. So obviously going for those opportunities, but like if you want to take risks, early is better than late, because if you're losing late and you are forced to take risks, there's less chance of it being successful for you.
Yeah, we saw Lithuanians hesitating a lot, and it is really a surprise since Russia is not a team with, for example, the potential of Spain. At least that's what the results are showing. Russia lost against Spain. Of course, it was the first day of competition,
Yes.
so probably not yet warmed up, but it was 92-47, and a game against Lithuania, a team that actually achieved a very similar result against Spain, that battled it out with Italy. It all ended only in a 13-point win by Italy, pretty much the same thing as with Team Spain. But in a game against Russia, Lithuanians struggled all the way, and now we are going to talk to the winners. It is Stepan Budyakov from Krasnodar, Russia. He is 17 years of age in real life, a playmaking shot creator, and what a performance by the guy, actually assisting his teammates all game long, creating shots for them, and he did convert himself on a lot of wide open opportunities.
I mean, he obviously has a great vision as to how the game at that specific moment needs to be played out in order for you to be so well performing in terms of your assists and the amounts that you're able to pass on. As well as, of course, it does require great communication with the teammates that you're going to pass on to. So it is very important for the communication to be on board, and more interested to hear about that part.
And we have Step Kerr with us. Step, it is a 34-point win. Were you expecting a closer matchup before the game?
Yeah, we did for sure, because we played some friendly games against Lithuania before the main tournament, and they were all very close. We even lost one game to them, so we didn't expect this easy one, but we were focused, motivated. That's why it was so great.
What would you say is the main factor of your success? Would it be passing, the fact that you can find opportunities more, or just the general how fast you play the game?
I guess it was the great defense, because their point guards were really exhausted and disappointed. Like Svaika had a lot of turnovers, so I think the most important key was the great defense.
Mm-hmm.
You lost the game in the first game of the tournament by only 10 points to Italy, and now Italy has just beat Spain, probably on their way to winning the European Conference. Now that you come back to that first game of the tournament, could you have won, and what needed to be done differently in that game?
Yeah, for sure, we could win it, because we were really nervous. It didn't feel like we really weaker team than Italy, but we didn't play the game that we prepared for. We were like shooting very bad shots, making bad decisions, so I'm sure we could win this. So,
all right.
Yeah, just...
Well, a huge congratulations to you guys about that victory. Very quickly, what does your day look like when you're preparing for games like this? Do you have any sort of also special rituals that you like to make? So other teams like to listen music before the games. Do you guys have a talk between each other?
Yeah, we just like others. We listening to music, talking to each other about the opponents, about the tactics which we will play. So it's all like others.
How does it feel being a part, like overall, of FIBA Esports Open 2020? How do you like the experience?
Yeah, the experience is really well, because it is the first kind of tournament we're playing in for national team. We were playing a lot of tournaments for our clubs. I mean, just pro-am teams, but not national. And it feels really great. It's like other stuff from just simple pro-am. So we hope that there will be more tournaments like this in future.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, Step. We are going to a short intermission right now, and we will be back in around 10 minutes to FIBA Esports Open 2020. We are waiting for a game between Switzerland and Italy to happen. Bye-bye.
Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated, intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's sated. I feel hated, I feel hatred, I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated, feel so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. I don't really think I understand this world now. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life, hey. There's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts, hating others cause you know that they gotta lie. Forget that though, you got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, I can't think straight, need the light. Oh.
I keep on working, got purpose and worth. Music's my cure and this world is my purse. Get rid of this curse with every verse. Of course I've been hurt, but some have been much worse. Leave me alone, get out of my head. Block out the opinions until I am dead. They all go to speak, but you listen instead. Listen some more and you'll cease to regret. I keep on working, I got it on track. You gonna see my name up on the flag. I sail this ship and I'll never come back. I keep this bitch on the line to attack. Never look back, I make a record like Crash. Top of my bracket I smash, hot like a pack. I'm about to stack it like cash. It's gonna happen so fast.
I've never changed myself, I've always stayed the same, no doubt. I've always played the game all out, and I am here to stay right now. So don't call it a comeback. I ain't running, here to stay, steady gunning, do my thing. I don't look the other way, I stare that motherfucker straight. Don't care what they say, nah, everyone's the same. Don't get caught up in their games, just pick a lane and do your thing. I don't just wanna be great, I'll be the best. Make everybody forget all the rest. Man, I feel blessed, bulletproof vest over my chest for that haters' request. I'll be okay, I pick my lane, I'ma stick to it like horse of the fame. This is the game that we all play, and I'm gonna win, get the fuck out my way. Never changed myself, I've always stayed the same, no doubt. I've always played the game all
out, and I am here to stay right now, so don't call it a comeback.
And I recall the past real vaguely. I remember everything they'd say. Maybe thought that I was crazy, thinking that one day they'd see my name. Love being a loner, always moving closer. Knew exactly what I wanted to have. Fear of growing older, chip all on my shoulder. Told myself I'm never looking back. And now I'm cold and dissonant. I'm losing my innocence, and you don't know my intent. And now you better back down, 'cause I'm coming for you. 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 I'm sick of feeling like I just keep chasing, but that'll never be that fast. Just leave me alone, I'll do it on my own, and I will let them know when the lights shine bright. Look pale as a ghost to all those opposed. I'm coming here to show how to live life right. And now I'm cold and distant.
We are back after a short break to FIBA Esports 2020. We are playing NBA 2K Pro-Am mode. We're going 5-on-5, and we're seeing some of the best players from all over the globe. I'm Ignas, and my colleague for the tournament is Renars.
Hello once again. Hello to everyone who is tuning in just now. Just to quickly break it down for you guys one more time, what we are seeing here on the third day of FIBA Esports Open. We have 17 teams from across the globe. If you don't see your country here, don't worry too much about it, because FIBA is already looking into opening up the next event where you will see more nations attending. But so far, there was no qualification process involved here for the teams that are attending now. There was a short lead time for registration from the national federations in FIBA to make their way into this event. And now to clarify, if your country is not shown here, that in no way represents this interest in any way of that particular country. It's just a matter of making sure to jump in time. So soon enough, we'll see another event, hopefully out with more teams attending. Now, because we have so many teams from across the globe, we needed to make sure that we provide even conditions for all participants to avoid any sort of server lag issues that have been plaguing certain regions, as we've seen so far. So we divided them in 5 conferences, and starting off with the biggest one, that is Europe, Ignas.
Some great action taking place in the European Conference. We have 9 teams participating. Each team plays each team in the conference, so it is a round-robin format. We have 8 games played by each and every team, and after that we sum up everything in the standings and we find out who is the winner of the biggest conference in the tournament. However, we have 4 more that are going to be played in a different format.
That is absolutely true. You do have the Asian conferences. We're starting things off with the Middle East Conference, Saudi Arabia meeting Lebanon there. You have the Southeast Asia Conference where Indonesia has played with Philippines, and Oceania Conference where Australia has met their long nemesis in New Zealand. Now, because there's only 2 countries in each of the conferences remaining here, they are just playing a set of 5 games to determine who is going to be the winner of each appropriate conference. There's still, though, one more to cover, and that is the South America Conference.
The South American Conference is playing also a set of 5 games, just like the previous 3 conferences. We are anyway playing 5 games, but the team that gets at least 3 wins is declared the winner of the conference. We already do have, I'll spoil it, we already do have the winner of the conference in South America. An exciting matchup it was between Argentina and Brazil. And here we go as we have the standings coming up next.
Yeah, let's see how it looks like. And Italy has managed to overtake Spain in a very intense match that they had between themselves just moments ago. And Italy currently in the lead with 12 points, followed by Spain and Austria with 11 in their pockets. But because Spain has such a huge point difference advantage, they are currently in the second position. Still, though, we have Russia and Lithuania in 4th, 5th place accordingly. They also just held a match between themselves where Russia did come out victorious. And the 6th, 7th position is currently taken by Switzerland and Latvia accordingly. 8th and 9th for Ukraine and Cyprus. And interestingly enough, Latvia technically in the beginning of this day did have an opportunity to go for that victory if some crazy circumstances would take place. But because Italy won the match, the game over Spain, they have denied Latvia
still has chances. If Italy drops both games right now, they still have 2 remaining. So only a hypothetical possibility. Spain has some chances, of course, but Italy will be facing off against the teams from the bottom of the standings that are Switzerland and Cyprus. So that is not much of a possibility. Lithuania with a 4-game losing streak currently in the European Conference. They have dropped to the 5th position. However, they were one of the 3 teams that haven't dropped the game in day 1 of FIBA Esports Open 2020, and Russia is having a 4-game winning streak. They lost the first 2 games in the beginning of the tournament. They have dropped games against Italy and Spain, but they have been very, very successful after that, and a blowout victory against Lithuania just recently.
Well, we still have the Asia Conference to cover. So in terms of standings in the Middle East Conference, you have Saudi Arabia finishing at the top there over Lebanon. 8 points for Saudi Arabia and a technical record of 4 wins and only 1 loss. However, 2 games unfortunately didn't really pan out there due to technical problems. Now in the Southeast Asia Conference, Philippines though played all 5 games against Indonesia and fulfilled their prophecy of securing all 5 victories. 10 points to them, 5 points accordingly to Indonesia, and Philippines obviously a very, very strong contender from the Asia region in general. And finally, we have the Oceania Conference where Australia has managed to secure the big W over New Zealand with 9 points in their pocket and 6 for New Zealanders. So Australia, obviously a lot of celebration in place for them today. But one more conference to go though.
It is Argentina and Brazil playing in South America. Argentina currently with 3 wins. We will still be seeing Game 5 in the series. They're playing a set of 5. However, Argentina, they are already the winners of the South American Conference, and they receive a digital copy of NBA 2K21, the game that is not out yet, but they will receive the copy as soon as the game releases.
Yeah, so getting those goodies nice and early, having the advantage to scope out any quick changes have been made, finding the new mechanics and obviously the best ways how to work with those. Now, obviously, all of these winners need to be mindful of the fact that competition has these game versions available for them as well if they're winners of their respective conferences. So you can't really celebrate too much there, but however, getting that early information at times can be super crucial.
Yeah, and we do have some more games still coming up in FIBA Esports 2020 on the mainstream. 3 games remaining as we come back from a short break. Switzerland and Italy. So probably we are going to be seeing champions performing in the game. Italy with a huge probability of winning the European Conference. Also a duel between the Baltic sisters, Lithuania and Latvia. The 5th game of the mainstream, Cyprus and Italy, will be closing the stream for a dessert, and the stream is available on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch of FIBA. You can also see the local times of games right near the flag of each and every country, but do not worry, in the stream the games follow right after each other. Those times are right here just for the convenience of the local viewers who want to catch up.
That is absolutely true. Now, we still have 2 more streams to cover. On stream number 2 today so far, Philippines secured that victory over Indonesia. Lebanon had a technical W over Saudi Arabia. Ukraine had to fall in front of Switzerland by only 1 point. This is the 2nd game that we've seen today that is being won by a single point, an always pleasant sight to behold. Now Spain on stream number 2 is going to meet with Latvia, and for Latvia it is a 3 games in a row sort of type of show here, so it's
no time for chill.
Yeah, no chill in that playing field. And then afterwards, Russia still has 2 back-to-back games against Ukraine and Latvia respectively. So stream number 2, action-packed still, can be found on Facebook and YouTube, and also you can use the hashtag FIBA Esports Open tag on any sort of social media if you want to show us and show the world how you are enjoying these intensive games that are going on today.
Yeah, referring to Russia, they are on a roll, so you will be seeing them performing on stream number 2, whether or not they can secure a 6-game winning streak. On stream number 3, Austria and Cyprus facing off against each other next. Back-to-back games for Cyprus it will be, the 2nd of a back-to-back against Spain, and Brazil, together with Argentina, they will be closing the 3rd stream, and it is going to be a really great game, the 5th game of the series in the South American Conference. Brazil is down 1-3, but they can still fight for their national pride.
Yeah, so Italy and Switzerland, these 2 teams are going to be meeting now on the mainstream here for us to cover. Both countries are one of the co-founders of FIBA as well, so a lot of pride on the line going either way. Obviously, Italy in the global real basketball rankings sitting slightly higher than Switzerland. However, eBasketball provides the opportunity for Switzerland to show them otherwise.
Switzerland hasn't performed well, however, throughout the tournament. They are in the bottom of the standings. Referring to days 1 and 2, Switzerland, they have dropped the game against Lithuania. However, it was a good matchup, 55-67. That was the final score, so a 12-point win for Lithuania. They were hot at the start, but they are now on a 4-game losing streak. Switzerland was on a losing streak in the beginning of the tournament. They dropped the first 4 games, as mentioned, to Lithuania, then to Spain 81-42, to Austria by 6 points only, and we did have a chance to witness that on the mainstream. They also lost to Latvia by 14, so all games were pretty close except for the game against Spain. Then Switzerland lost to the Russian squad 86-50, so that was already a blowout loss yesterday. Yep. But they managed to come out on top in their 5th game of the tournament against Team Cyprus. It was 66-43.
Yeah, and a huge question on the board here. if Italy manages to start off strong, if they find the right pacing and like they're going really fast points-wise, technically they could go to try and break the current point record that we have of 118.
Yeah.
So,
Italy definitely capable of doing that. They managed to score this amount of points against Team Ukraine. Switzerland also one of the teams in the bottom of the standing, so we'll see how they do. It all depends on Switzerland as well because, it really matters, actually, how fast is the other team playing on the offensive end of the floor. Please let us know who you're supporting in the comments and all of the social media. Give us the Italian, Swiss flags, and we will see which team is hotter in terms of fan support as we're approaching a matchup between Switzerland and Italy.
Yeah, I mean, I presume there is going to be a lot of Italy flags running around, but hopefully Switzerland has their support well prepared because obviously they will need that going up against the leader in the standings right now. And Italy as well, known to play a fast-paced game. They have one legendary player on their lineup as well. We saw a game beforehand as well from Italy where, generally speaking, they tend to go for fast plays, fast transitions, and pretty much they try to utilize every single opportunity that's being presented to them without dragging out the shot clock too long.
Fabulous Fabolo, a legendary player that Renars has mentioned. He is putting up numbers in FIBA Esports 2020, and he was amazing in the Italy's win against Spain. Probably the deciding victory in terms of the winner of the European Conference. So once again, an exclusive chance to see the winners perform on the main stream. Everything is not decided yet, however, on the FIBA Esports 2020 tournament, since we do have some business to do still. In the European Conference, Italy has 2 games remaining. However, it is currently leading the standings with 6 wins and no losses.
Well, let's have a look and see which of the rosters are going to be representing the federations here today. So on the side of Switzerland, you're going to see Ranger Brian, Jack Power, TO23 Kavas, Kara Baby, and Terror Grober. And on the Italy side, it's going to be the previously mentioned Fabulous Fabolo. You really want to keep your eyes on that guy. King of Assists there as well, the team captain, as well as Markanite 24, Ice on Tommy Neck, and Faintest Inc. 7.
Italy and Switzerland facing off next on the main stream. It is the first FIBA's e-basketball tournament where the national federations are participating, so the national pride is also a thing. It is no matter that Switzerland, they have dropped a lot of games, but each and every game is a chance, a historic chance to represent your country. So this is why we play now, and it is game time. Switzerland facing off, once again, I remind you, against Team Italy.
Yeah, so I hope the nerves are in place. A few dabs around the board as the players are lining up for the tip-off on your screens. You might want to watch out for Terror Grober on Switzerland's side. Previously, he was quite successful on the three-pointer line. On the Italy side, though, Fabulous Fabolo, you can
rocking
see
the style, golden shoes.
Yeah, he really wants to stand out as much as possible here. The tip-off is imminent, and let's see if Italy can secure the victory over Switzerland.
And they control the opening tip. King of Assists, Faintstink. Back out, Markanite, and the Bank of Italy is open.
3-0 so far in the very first seconds. Italy open up with a very quick three-pointer now. Ranger back to Tio, back to Ranger yet again. Fake shot coming out. The defensive player could have blocked that one. Terror Grober on the three-pointer line. No screen in play just yet. Is back to Ranger in this 5 seconds remaining. Somebody needs to make a move here.
Ranger Brian, he is fouled. He's going to the line to shoot two. So a nice drive right here, looking for contact, and he will have a chance to convert from the free throw line. And we have some giveaways happening. We're giving away 5 t-shirts and 5 caps every day. Please go to FIBA.basketball/giveaway and have the last chance, one of the last chances to enter the draw.
Italy now on the offense. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Ice on Tommy Nick. A quick dunk in and a secured 2 points and a foul.
A very quick foul. Fabulous Fabulo breaking the rules right here. Switzerland with possession. They're down by 3. A slow start to the game, I'd say, by Team Italy. They are not putting up points in the scoreboard in a tempo that they're used to. Actually, they're a great defensive team, first of all, and that leads to good offense. It is 5-4 as we begin the game between Italy and Switzerland. Now, finally, Italy on a pretty short break. They only use like 8 seconds, and Ice on Tominek throws one down.
Let's see if Switzerland can respond. Tero Grober finds himself in a shooting position, and that is going to be still in possession for Switzerland as the ball leaves the court for a brief moment.
Ranger Brian
in possession now. 2 defensive players from the Italy's side as finally an opportunity presents itself. Jack goes for a shot. Unfortunately, it's too long.
It up. No
Pablo.
Good. What is he waiting for? He knows what he's waiting for. 2 easy points anyway for Fabulous Fabulo. What a great player he is. Those golden shoes are earned for a reason.
Doing their job here as now Ranger finds himself surrounded. Terror tries to make a move in the meantime, and Ranger shooting opportunity.
Let me entertain you. Here we go. 9-6. What a throwdown by Ranger Brian.
And Switzerland only a 3-pointer away to even out the scoreline. Fabulous now on the sideline, looking for a pass, but
a careless one.
Bit of a miscommunication seems there as it was way over. Tio now. Pass over to Jack, over to Terror. Back to Jack now as he looks for opportunities more. Terror still struggling with the defensive players.
Terror Grover, a mistake. And Ice on Tominek now on the break. He throws an alley-oop. Back out to Fabulous. No good for 3. Ice on Tominek, controlling the board. 10 to shoot for Italy. One more lob right here to the paint. However,
2 points.
It's a turnover and a slam dunk.
Switzerland keeping it close so far, and Italy perhaps playing slightly too relaxed as far as we can judge from things, but they still have plenty of opportunities to up the pace, and up they do with 3 more points, and Italy sitting finally now on 12 digits as the first quarter is less than 2 minutes away to finish.
Italy might be celebrating already in the meantime. After a game against Spain. They pretty much deserve that. However, they still has job to be done in a game against Switzerland, and it is a close game in the beginning. Switzerland only down by 2. King of assists, Markinide. He is wide open. He jacks it up and puts it in.
I like the fact that he took his time with that shot, made sure he's going to be wide open for it as well, gaining the maximum success circumstances as much as he can. Over to Ranger now. He can go for
He's
quick
under
2.
The basket. That is sometimes a tough shot to take, actually. When you pump fake, you wait on your feet and you try to do it again. Sometimes for some players, it is a tough shot. Not for Markinide, apparently. Now, Italy on the break once again. King of assists. He is wide open, and he's the king of the three-point land for now.
Yeah, just wanted to say no assists there, only points coming out from him as Ranger Brian now trying to find any sort of way back into this. 8 points is what Switzerland needs to find out to even
Ranger Brian, a drop step. He is denied, but Switzerland will maintain possession. We have 9 to shoot.
34 in the first quarter still remaining. Italy slightly struggling here defensively, but no shot still being made by Switzerland. 3 seconds remaining. Terror, go for a play, goes for
Throwing
a slam.
It down. Big dunk by Terror Grober. Fabulous on the break. We haven't seen much of him so far. putting on some dribbling moves. Fabulous for three, no good.
Markinite
So
with the
he's
rebound.
missed two in a row right now. Markinite.
Tries to pass over to Fabulous one more time. Goes for it himself, and it's going to be blocked. King of Assists, fast two-pointer, not good.
Laid with his decision. So Switzerland running up front, but it is the end of the first quarter, so it is 18-12. Team Italy leading the way by 6 after the first 5 minutes of the game. Ranger Brian.
Foul. Ice on Tommy there. Slightly over eager to gain control. A quick timeout as well coming out. So Switzerland on the offense here. Pass over to Ranger. He's going to be meted and greeted by ice on Tommy, Nick. Ranger.
Italy is one of those teams that get into your head on the defensive end of the floor. They just allow nothing easy here. Ranger Brian goes inside and puts it in. Here we go, another game, Spain-Latvia happening currently, and Latvians are having some success. It is 14-11 Spain with a spectacular performance in day 1 and day 2, and they are losing in games against Italy, first of all, and now against Latvia in day 3 of FIBA Esports Open 2020.
Probably trying to wrap their heads around how they lost to Italy, and you can see quite similar storylines starting to build up here as well, as Italy failing to build up that lead. But as I say that, as always, a quick three-pointer comes out, and 21-14. Nothing unreal here for Switzerland still, as I feel like they have good pacing. Perhaps just a few more shot opportunities should be taken. Ranger trying to make the best he can here with the amount of defensive players all around him. Terror is open for three.
Terror, he's stuck. Back out to Jack Power. Terror now putting up a contested shot. No good. It's an air ball. And Italy will take possession. A 24-second violation after all.
King of Assists now looking to set up a play. Switzerland slightly leaning towards that right-hand side of the playing field. Feint is now over to King of Assists. Decides to go for a two-pointer. Quick interception coming out from Switzerland here. Terror passes over to Ranger. Ranger lines himself up on the three-pointer line. Back to Teo now.
The pass didn't go the right way. It should have gone under the basket, actually. Ranger Brian dribbling moves. An alley-oop slam.
Out of nowhere, a huge dunk for Switzerland, and only 5 points behind Italy right now is Fabulous Fabulo in control of the ball.
Derek Grober explodes for a slam. Now a 5-point game. Fabulous.
Nice pass.
Great pass. Markinite throwing it down.
Found the opportunity, drew almost 3 defensive players onto himself, leaving Markinite wide open underneath that basket. Ranger now in control. Pass over to Terror. Over to Chiara, who's wide open and makes that 2 shot.
And I guess Italy is not going for 119.
Doesn't look like it so far. The pace doesn't allow for it. However, King of Assists back to Markinite. He's the second time in a row now that he's absolutely wide open, and this time it is a three-pointer. Italy starting to extend its lead. Let's see if they can make it double digits.
Well, if they keep that up, definitely Italy is capable of doing that. Maybe even capable of scoring 100 in the game. We currently have 4 triple-digit games in the tournament. 1 by Russia, 1 by Italy, 1 by Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and 1 by Spain. Here is a slam. It is 26-20. Lack of effort on the offensive end of the floor for Italy. I'd say they are a better offensive team than we're seeing right now, and Fabulous. Looks like he heard me.
He heard you, and he was like, I'm going to show you what went down yesterday, because that three-pointer definitely was something that we were very used to seeing. However, Ranger now goes for 2 of his own, unsuccessful. Markinite, very long pass all over the field. Off to Fabulous. A three-pointer bounces out. The rebound is still in possession of Italy. King of Assists back to Markinite. Markinite with another three-pointer.
Italy averaged around 79 points in the first 2 days of competition. They got 32 here against Switzerland, so they are a bit behind their schedule. Ranger Brian. Kara
Oh,
He kicks it back out. We have some terror happening inside as it's a two-pointer by Switzerland. 32-22, a 10-point game.
still those double digits in favor of Italy now is Fabulous, looking to drag the defensive lines out of position. Off to Faintest Inc. And it is good.
A great pick-and-roll possession by Team Italy, and they really do need that victory to secure the first place in European Conference. It would be a huge surprise if Switzerland won. A three-pointer, no good.
Halftime approaching. There's 25 seconds on the clock here. Ice on Tommy fakes out the shot. Markinite with another three-pointer. 3 for 3 in a row for him. And he has been a very key, a huge key to hit Italy's success in obtaining a double-digit lead and upkeeping that.
Switzerland, there's a good chance this is the last possession of the first half and of the second quarter. Ranger Brian, a pick is set. Brian going left, a pump fake, 3 to shoot, and it's going to be a difficult shot right here, no good. Here we go. The third quarter is about to begin. Italy, Switzerland, 37-22. 20 points by Markinite in the first half. What a performance he's got. More than a half of his team's points.
And all three-pointers are coming out from him so far. Terra now tries to go for an individual play back to Kara.
Kara, baby!
3 points for Switzerland as they start to cut down on the lead that Italy has obtained in this third quarter, and rightly so. Now or never is pretty much the time to start doing it. A foul eventually comes out from Ranger. Ball in possession for Italy, and let's see if we can, King of Assists, set up a quick play. Markkanen finds himself underneath the basket.
Nice pass inside, back out. Ice on Tommy Neck, no good. Feignsting securing the rebound, and he misfires on the hook.
Another foul coming out here.
What a game between Spain and Latvia. It is 30-28. Spain now with the lead, but it is one heck of a close game.
Yeah, you can see there's halftime, and Eduardo walking off as the best player so far there. Back to Italy and Switzerland here, though. Switzerland in possession as Rangers setting himself up for a play. Finds excellent dribble. Good ball. Wasn't good enough as Fabulous.
He throws it down and he is cooking. He's cooking real good in real life. At least that's what he says in his resume. And he is a basketball ref, actually.
Would expect nothing less from Italy. A good cook is eminent to be present on their team. They love their food, and rightly so. In the meantime, though, they're looking to set up another quick play here. 7 seconds still remaining. Timeout asked for, so a bit of a reset happening. Expect fast passes and a three-pointer. Let's see if Markinite will be the choice of play here.
Fabulous driving. He missed a three previously. Now he kicks it back out. Markinite with his first miss from the three-point land.
Ranger now on the returning end, looking to set up a play himself. Finds himself underneath the basket.
Back out. No good for three, and Switzerland is wasting opportunities.
Oh!
Not the case with Italy. As ice on Tommy Neck with ice in his veins as well. He throws it down, and what a performance recently by Team Italy.
Indeed, as they start to pick up the pace even more so here. Kara now, air ball. Back to Fabulous.
Fabulo with a dunk, and he is really having a fabulous couple of minutes recently. However, not from the three-point land. He's 2 out of 5 so far.
Yeah, Fabulous really rarely fails in those situations, and this definitely was no exception. What a ball coming into the basket there. Switzerland with a high pass and terror to finish things off. Now Fabulous has an opening.
Actually, we have to pay our compliments to Team Switzerland right here. Italy, they are a dominant team, and Switzerland was holding themselves pretty close for a pretty long time. Now they're down by 19 after a three-pointer. Ranger Brian Once again, a screen is set. Ranger Brian did find some opening, hesitates, and he's fouled.
I think it's off the fact that a lot of these teams are obviously starting off in a way where they try to stop Italy and teams alike dead in their tracks, meaning that they're trying to stop any sort of plays that they're making. And because of that fact, Italy is very well adept in understanding how they need to change up the game to keep up with their own pace. And that's why you see these point differences start to grow and grow as we approach the latter stages of the game.
In the European Conference, you only play an opponent once. Not the case with the 4 other conferences, so you cannot scout them as you play that much. You are playing a set of 5 in the rest of the series, which helps you to get to know your opponent better, even if you didn't have a chance to scout them before. However, most of the teams know each other very well for a very long time. Here we go, a mid-range J converted, 48 to 32, a missed 3, and Switzerland on the break.
Yeah, still 16 points is what they're looking to close off here. A quick interception, a pass over to Fabulous. What is the result? Same as always, another 2 for Italy as they break the 50-point line. And, you know, talking about knowing your opponents, obviously these players are the best of the best of the best in that appropriate region, meaning that it takes a while for someone else to enter that circle, and therefore you get accustomed to who you're playing against and get to know their play styles and quirks and such. Ranger.
You're getting better overall, then you're getting better in terms of your pure skill. Speaking of the human factor, what an alley-oop, and Terror Grover, he's not human.
Quick pass yet again, and Terror finds himself at the right place at the right time, and he's being very good at that. In the meantime, Markanite responds with 2 of his own. He can put up 3-pointers, dunks, 2-pointers, jump shots, you name it. The man does it.
22 points for Markanite. He is the leading scorer for Team Italy. Fabulous got 17. Stolen it is by Ice on Tominek as he is on a break, denied by Switzerland.
Terror on a fast return now. Sort of stuck slightly there behind his own teammate who is struggling with a defensive player. Jack now in position, can't go for it. Oh, that's a foul there.
Jack Power is sent to the line. He will have to earn it from the stripes. 7.3 seconds to go in the third quarter. So plenty of time for Italy in order to answer. No good on the first one.
Yeah, 18 points is what Switzerland is currently looking at to even come close to Italy. And obviously, Italy, it's not like they're going to remain without any responses here. A foul here as well from Terror. 5 seconds.
Terror Grover being impatient on the defensive end of the floor. Markanite with an inbound pass. Here we go. Fabulous. He is driving back out to Markanite. No good. So 3 quarters are history. It is 52 to 35. And a great game between Spain and Latvia. 6-point game. The third quarter is coming to an end.
All right, Markanite now in position. A foul will be played against him, and rightly so, because previously he's been very successful with his 3-pointers, and Switzerland wants to prevent any sort of extensive leads happening here. This is as far as it should go for them, because they still need to work on their coming back into this. 3 seconds on the shot clock as Fabulous Fabulo unfortunately misses here. An odd and rare occurrence for him. However, Terror on the 3-point line. Back to Teo now. Ranger in position. Screen is good. Doesn't go for the shot. Pass over to Kara. Kara posted up, and it is an air ball and a half.
Loves partying in real life, but no party happening in a game against Italy. Well, especially at least for the Swiss side, Team Italy really having fun right now. One more 3-pointer, except for the game against Ukraine, where Italy scored 118. The most points Italy scored against the other teams from the European Conference is 79 in the game against Latvia. One more 3, and here we go, 58 to 35. We'll see if Italy scores more than 79 this time. They're certainly not going for 118 or 119.
That's the case here. Terror, though, wide open. Nobody present from the defense of Italy, and that does result in quick 3 points here. 20-point difference between these two. 3 minutes and 27 seconds remaining here in the final quarter here of one of the last games as we start to approach the end of day 3, and it's been a very interesting journey so far. Still Italy in possession. Ice on Tommy lays up 2, and that is 60 points for Italy so far, as Switzerland now looking to set up yet another play. Almost a steal. And
a timeout to avoid backcourt violation. Yeah. Renars, actually, we could see a high score still. In terms of scoring, Italy will be playing Cyprus in the last game of the mainstream, so please stay tuned. We might be in for something spectacular as Russia has dropped 102 against Cyprus.
Switzerland manages to find 3 here to try and still close down that point gap here, but again, playing against current leaders in the standings, it's no easy task, no easy feat, as Fabulous, fast on his feet, jumps up and makes it happen yet again. Italy certainly looking extremely confident throughout all of these days. They suffered their first loss only recently. Wait, they didn't lose.
Italy, you mean? Yeah. Spain lost to Italy.
Excuse me.
Italy with no losses recorded so far in the tournament, and they won't certainly record a loss here in a game against Switzerland.
Yeah, going for that perfect run, what better end you can hope for in your conference, especially having 8 other teams to play against. An interception for Mark Knight, fakes the pass over, and unfortunately due to that, the game slows down as Fabulous now in possession. Trying to play against Ranger, almost fools him as he makes his way towards the basket, and it is good. It could have been also an
What a drive it is. He controls his body in the air and puts it in. 21 for Fabulo. He's not shooting at the best percentage, 9 out of 16. He's had better performances, but it is enough for Italy to stay on top. 64-41, 1:30 to go in the fourth quarter. Team Switzerland is not having a bad game, actually. They're really playing quality basketball, but it is just not enough against a team like Italy. One more slam, ice on Tominek.
1 more minute and 20 seconds remaining in the final quarter here in this game between Italy and Switzerland. The leaders against more to the bottom end of the standings. However, what a dunk coming out from Italy is another quick transition, and they have been very successful in those in this fourth quarter. Terror now in possession, back to Ranger. Terror still open for a shot if they want to go for it. Italy setting up a block.
Well, help defense could come pretty quickly to the Terror side. Now we have a drive happening. Tio Cavas back out. Jack Power jacks it up, puts it in.
And at the very last second there as well. 40 seconds remaining. Italy looking to run away with yet another victory to remain undefeated here, and looking forward to their final game, which will be still available on the mainstream against Cyprus. And that's also the game that we're going to close things off here today. But before that, Fabulous Fabulo looking if he can get around Ranger, very active around there. Markanite, quick three-pointer, clean as well. Nobody was expecting that, it seems, from the Switzerland side, as 20 seconds here.
Italy running and gunning late in the game. The same case with Switzerland, 71-47, but Italy did manage to enlarge their lead and to enlarge the gap between the teams stolen by Team Switzerland. 10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Tara Grober
holds on to the ball, and it doesn't look like a shot will be made. Switzerland understands that there's really not much point.
This is it. Switzerland didn't take a shot at the end of the game. It is 71-47, and we are going to have a call with the Italian side. They go on to win against Switzerland, and it is a convincing victory.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far the game started off pretty similar as it was when Italy played against Spain. Switzerland tried to go for a close approach. They tried to deny any sort of pacing of the game, and I would say for the first half it worked pretty well for them. However, Markanite with those three-pointers started to show up, and that started to put a big dent in Switzerland's scoreline, meaning that they were on the back foot and they were trying to sort of break down they tried to break down the double-digit point lead that Italy had obtained here. And for Italy as well, so far, they have been very successful in this event, and hopefully they'll be able to continue on with that trend in their final game that is still yet to come. For Switzerland, though, I mean, again, Terror had great three-pointer opportunities.
He's having a great tournament.
Yeah,
he's having a great tournament.
He was quite successful in a few of those as well. Overall, I feel like the thing that Switzerland might be lacking here, because I think their defense, despite the scoreline now, is still pretty good. I think it's just more general pacing of the game. I feel like they need a bit more faster passes. Ranger tends to keep hold of the ball, running the clock down to 8-ish, 7-ish seconds or so on. Understandably, you do have quite an active defense against you right now in the form of Italy, with constantly two players in your face pretty much, and it makes it very difficult. However, that's why you need players that are able to perform individually in a way where you can get those defensive players out of positions and to start to find those openings. I do believe we do have a call.
We do have a call, and we're speaking with Italy, King of Assist. We have him with us. Mr. King, how does it feel beating Switzerland? Another convincing victory for you guys.
It feels great. We are happy, and now we have another game to win against Cyprus, and we will give 100% to win it.
Are you going to give 119 points for us?
I don't know. The important thing is to win the game.
Okay, is there any sort of secret recipe that you guys are brewing between yourselves? Because obviously, so far we have yet to see Italy fail, and we're just trying to understand here what's really the key that keeps you guys going. Is it just great communication, a good amount of work put in, or what's the case?
I think that is chemistry. We are friends than teammates. Know each other since 2015, and with these guys I played a lot of games. So it's chemistry and friendship and communication, like you said, and to talk each other, to pump each other up, and with it all.
The first game was tough for you guys in the beginning of the tournament, a 10-point win against Russia. After that, did you feel as if the team grew during the tournament?
Yeah, I saw that the team confidence grew a lot the days, and the first game we were a little bit scared, but Russia is a really good team, and it was a great game, you know.
All right, well, you do have an excellent cook on your team in the form of Fabulous Pablo. Has he managed to prepare you guys some victorious breakfast, as Ignas liked to clarify beforehand?
Well, it's dinner already,
yeah,
I
it's
believe.
dinner now, but has he performed in that sector?
Yeah.
What's his best dish?
Fabulous is pizza.
Oh, really?
Shocking.
Which one?
Margarita is the best for me, but I think also the others is good. And the Fabulous is a great player, and I think one of the best point guards in Europe. Are very happy for him. He put up great numbers, great games. He gives a lot of thanks. So we are very happy for him and for the team.
A very short question for the end. Speaking of Team Switzerland right now, they managed to stay pretty close in this game. What was their secret, if you can tell? What were their strengths in the game?
Actually, I saw that they play team basketball. and they play with each other, moving the ball, they move, cut, and they create opportunities. So they play very well, and we have a lot of miscommunication on defense at the beginning. So I'm congratulating myself with them because they play a really good game, and now we have another tough game against Cyprus. So we have to focus on that and.
All right, well, best of luck to you in your upcoming games. We are going to move on with the next one here. So we do have the Baltic sisters approaching each other in the form of Latvia and Lithuania. These are last two games that are going to be played here. And obviously for Latvia, it is a matter of pride here to defend their title because they've met Lithuania already.
For Lithuania, it is a matter of pride to regain the pride. That's what I'd say.
Yes. Just before this event, Latvia did manage to beat Lithuania on the international stage once, and let's see if they can continue with their victory in their own individual
series.
They
can't. No, they can't, Renard.
All right, a bit about that a bit more later, but however, let's have a look and see how today's games went so far, what we have seen. So on the mainstream, we did sort of see and didn't see Saudi Arabia playing against Lebanon. They've been
tried to see.
They've been plagued with technical problems there, so a technical victory on your screens. Australia played against New Zealand, secured a juicy victory of 83 up against 58. Then the next game was between Russia and Lithuania. Now this game, we thought it was going to be a lot closer here. Initially it did seem so, but however Russia seems to have found their mojo, as they say, and did manage to secure a convincing 76-42 victory. Just now on your screens, you saw Italy securing the victory over Switzerland with 71 against 47 as Italians, King of Assist, did clarify. Switzerland did play a team game, so they were moving the ball around quite good, but unfortunately not good enough to break the defensive lines of Italy. Moving forward, as mentioned before, we will have Latvia playing against Lithuania, and then afterwards we will close things off on this final day with Cyprus going against Italy.
We might see the champions perform in that game, maybe looking for some high scores. Local times on your screen. Those are for the convenience of local viewers. However, do not worry, games follow right after each other, and the main stream is available on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Here we go, stream number 2, Indonesia and the Philippines. A great battle in their conference. However, Philippines going all the way and winning all 5 of the games. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia giving one to Team Lebanon. So once again, a technical loss and a technical win on the other side. On the other hand, by Team Lebanon, Ukraine, Switzerland, what a tough game it was, and what a close one. 55-54, so Switzerland managed to come out on top by a single point, and probably that is what inspired the team for a good game, actually, against Team Italy. Spain beating Latvia 67-52. It was a close game, however, Spain played the fourth quarter better and came away with a 15-point victory. Ukraine, Russia, Latvia and Russia. Coming up next on stream number 2 that is available on YouTube and Facebook.
Stream number 3, though, still to be covered, as New Zealand started things off today going against Australia. Australia managed to secure the victory there with 72 points. Austria afterwards met with Lithuania, and another nail-biter of a game where Australia, by a single point, did manage to secure the victory here. Then afterwards, that juicy match that everyone was hoping for, that was Spain playing against Italy, and Italy secured the victory with a 12-point lead and probably took Spain slightly by surprise. After that, we did see Austria playing against Cyprus, where Austria, a convincing victory coming out there. Now Cyprus have the problematic feat of playing against Spain, so let's see if Spain can break the high-scored record. However, let's not disregard Cyprus here, because as I said, I believe yesterday, miracles do tend to happen at the least times you expect them to do so. And stream number 3 will be concluded with the game between Brazil and Argentina.
So Spain and Italy did already have a chance to face off against each other. Now they're both facing off against Cyprus. We'll see who has a better game. My name is Ignas. My colleague for the tournament is Renars. He's Latvian. I'm Lithuanian. We are up for a Latvian-Lithuanian game right up next here in FIBA Esports 2020. The first e-basketball tournament, FIBA official e-basketball tournament with national federations participating.
Let's see if Lithuania has learned how to play and beat Latvia in an online game. In the meantime,
yeah, but you know, it's going to be different this time. Lithuania, they do have a chip on their shoulder after the first two games and after they lost against Russia, so they will try to be fighting for their pride.
Of course, it's all in good fun here. Both of these teams have a very team-based approach to their play style, so I think it is going to be truly a clash of styles here, and it's going to be more about the matter of how things are being dealt with underneath the basket. Obviously, three-pointers are up for grabs on either side here. I think a lot of it will come down as to how Svaiduka will play it out in terms of how he wants to start off playmaking-wise. Indeed, and in general, I think there should be like a very, very close game in front of us. I would presume that we could even see a third one-point game up for grabs today.
Renars, we do have some nice hats right here. We're giving it away for the fans as well at FIBA.basketball/giveaway, but I would like to offer you a bet. The one on the losing side. So
it's the hat.
Yeah, it like puts the hat on.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course, because we need to demonstrate why.
Don't do anything bad to a hat. It's some nice merchandising going on right here. I mean, and I look terrible in it just like you do.
Well, we need to demonstrate why we look terrible. Okay, fine, I'll take you onto it. So the loser wears the cap.
Yeah.
Losing country.
Yeah, and that is how we cast the Italian Cyprus game. It is definitely going to be some embarrassment for one of us. Lithuania, their starting five. Professor at center. We got Troom starting at small forward. Svaiduka at the point. iBuzzer starting at the power forward position, and Davidas at the shooting guard. In Team Latvia, we have got up at the power forward. Zirgs, the center. Kazic at the shooting guard, 33 years of age, so the most experienced guy among both teams. Attles 20 coming back from his shift of work yesterday. He is in the starting five of Latvia, starting at the shooting guard, and Bills at the point.
Yeah, Bills has been very fast on the Latvian side. He's an excellent point guard, making plays left and right pretty much. He can utilize the three-pointer line. He's been very quick to get into your defensive zone, quicker than you probably notice him or would like to. However, on Lithuania's side, so far, Professor has been very active, obtaining those balls, getting those rebounds, and making sure the balls definitely go into the basket. Svaiduka, already previously mentioned as a playmaker, setting his team up as well. But I must commend as well as Davidas today with those three-pointers. He's been finding those opportunities more and more as we progress, and I feel like it's just a matter of feeling more comfortable and more comfortable as the game progresses, and that's obviously danger in itself for the opposite side.
Speaking of the Professor and his performances, they're not very consistent in the tournament. We did see a great one against Team Spain, but playing Team Russia, those were not the brightest times for the Professor. We'll see how it goes against Latvia. It is game time.
It is game time. Tip-off is imminent.
It is not like Latvia has 18 wins against Lithuania.
That
is a lie.
That's a lie.
That is a lie.
All right, so Latvia going up against Lithuania. A matter of pride for both sides here and on the international stage as well. Both of these teams, unfortunately, can't really fight for the title of winners here. But that doesn't mean it's going to be a more boring match in no way, as the tip-off is on its way.
Winning against Latvia for Lithuania is no less important than winning the tournament itself, as here we go with the tip-off controlled by Latvia.
Bills on your screens in possession of the ball, looking to make a move, finds an opportunity, sticks around. Zirks now can go for a jump shot. Snake World on the lines. Here's the Zirks, puts it up, and it's out.
Guys, you have no chance if you play that way. Professor.
It's a distraction.
Davidas Davidas. We'll see how Lithuania does on the offensive possession. And it is a deflection.
A similar story here, as yet either of the teams are to open up with a score. Now Bills has an opportunity. Passes over to Atels, being successful from that left-hand side of the court with 3-pointers. Back to Zirks, jump shot opportunity. Back to Atels, decides to go in, close to the basket. Failed.
Stolen by Lithuania. Shrooms running the break. Svaiduka. We have iBuzzer in the corner, putting one up, and here we go. Renars in your face.
Only 2 points for the Lithuanian side as Bills now trying to set up a play. You can see Lithuania is playing a very active defense, and doesn't matter how that
big dunk. Was that a big dunk? Is that as big as you can get?
That's just for the highlight reel there as Zirks holds on to the ball. 2 Lithuanian players round the defenses, and Zirks with a slam in return. 2 against 2 with 3.5 minutes remaining.
I have to admit, some nice pick and roll action here for the Latvian team. Svaiduka looking for options, fighting the Professor, and he misses from inside.
Back to Bills now, very fast on his feet this player is. A screen being set up, an opening, pass over to Kasic, and he goes for 2. No, as the ball is going to reach Snake World, and a very long 3-pointer.
What a sneaky 3-pointer, I'd say. He was almost covered, but Snake World is making it. The guy who started playing 2K against his big brother, he won the game as Shrooms might win the first place in the highlight reel and in the top 10 of the tournament. What a slam it is.
And Snake World quick to respond with yet another 3-pointer, and Lithuania need to find now 4 points in these 2.5 minutes
we'll
of
find
the first
it, don't
quarter.
worry, we'll find the points. Svaiduka is fouled. Kasic called for the reach-in.
Slightly too over-eager to obtain the ball there, perhaps was worried that a setup is in play. That is a foul by Svaiduka.
Is this a charging foul? It was clear. It was clear. The guy was provoking Svaiduka.
You can consult with the judge from the Italy's lineup afterwards, but so far...
Hope we don't need a judge for this, and referee is enough.
Well, Bill's looking to set up a play, finds himself exactly where he wants to be, a quick slam. And we've seen this exact move from him in the first and the second day as well. I would say it's almost as if it's his signature move, running past 3 defensive players. Professor now is going to be blocked as Bills in possession. Can pass over to Zirks. Zirks now finds himself close to the basket. Clean line for a jump shot and another 2 points as a timeout is called.
Desperate times need desperate measures. Svaiduka calling for a timeout. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Lithuania on a 4-game losing streak, and if this continues, they might lose their 5th game in a row. Almost a turnover. Lithuania will keep possession, 14 to shoot, but once again a low-scoring performance by Team Lithuania. Only 4 points so far in the first quarter.
Svaiduka in possession, 8 seconds remaining, so needs to make a move fast here. Latvia active on the defense, a good
bam,
three-pointer.
Here we go. Davidas Davidas putting it in for 3.
Atels now on the offense is going to be greeted by defense, of course, as Zirks now in position, looking to set himself up for a play. Lithuania very active in the paint zone. Kasic with a quick 3, and it is good.
We have giveaways happening. We are giving away 5 t-shirts and 5 caps every day. Please go to FIBA.basketball/giveaway and enter the draw, and you will see one of us, either me or Renars, wearing the hat definitely after the game. Depends on which team wins as Lithuania finally wakes up. We have 15 to 10 after a 3-pointer from Svaiduka. Snake World answering back with the 3 of his own.
I think it's 3-for-3 in terms of how many points have been, three-pointers have been landed by Snake World here. Another foul coming out from Kasic. I believe it's his second one now. So very eager on those defensive lines.
Cannot you defend in a clean manner? What is going on? Why the fouling, though?
We're just running down the clock. You promote it yourself, okay? An interception happening now as Atas, and well, you just spoke about fouls. What can you say about that? It's Svaiduka.
That is a great foul, stopping the fast break. A perfect decision by Svaiduka, as Latvia has 20 to shoot. There are 33 seconds on the game clock, so Lithuania still might have a chance for an answer. Latvians could have gone for a quick 2 points. They do not go for that, but they will still have 3 seconds remaining if Lithuania, I wanted to say, uses all 24 of the seconds, but it is a turnover, a drive, no good. Adels grabbing his own rebound, and now 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Latvia leading the way, 18-10, and it is a 2-pointer. He stepped on the line, so a double lead for Team Latvia, 20-10. Lithuania looking for options. Shrooms is denied inside.
Yeah, unfortunate events there for Shrooms underneath the basket. The second quarter is on its way. As same for the Lithuanian offense. Svaiduka greeted by Kasic and Atas here on the three-pointer line. It's wide open in the middle there as Davidis.
He is fouled once again. Third personal foul for Kasic. He might have to leave the court, actually, if he keeps fouling.
Maybe he has a problem with Lithuania. You don't know. However, 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Professor goes for a quick slam.
Now the whole Latvia has problems with Lithuania after the slam.
They're like, we need to stop Professor ASAP. Bills, in the meantime, looking to set up his signature move, drawing out the defense out of position. Nice layup there. Unfortunately, simply not enough. Few millimeters extra required for the ball to go in, and another foul coming out here, trying to stop the play because there was an open Lithuanian player underneath the basket.
He'll foul out of the game, guys, if you keep up the tempo. A 20% covered three-pointer, no good. Professor grabbing the rebound. Professor right back, and he finishes at the rim.
Excellent stuff coming out from Lithuania.
Lithuania ball, what a defensive performance, and I don't want to brag, but we are on a run.
You're on a run, but you still need to catch up, as 6 points is what you're lacking. Professor,
what is the professor doing? He is supposed to be teaching lectures, timeout, to avoid the offensive 3-second violation.
I really looked like he thought of going for a pass there. I feel like he could have just finished it off. However, now
they tried to look for a three-pointer, actually. Svaiduka, the professor, going inside. The ball is stripped away and controlled by Zergs.
In the hands of Hatels, goes for a quick slam to quick 2 points on the transition. Big dunks around the board. 3.5 minutes still remaining. Svaiduka looking to set up a play. Davidis wide open, three-pointer, and that's exactly what we're used to seeing from him.
That is a 5-point game, and that is what we do want to see, a close matchup between the Baltic sisters. Adels soaring for a slam. 7-point game, Svaiduka.
Open player.
Big set. Svaiduka, he had some chances to shoot.
Still holds on to the ball, and
what was that? Shrooms controls the ball and the timeout called.
I believe that's a bit of a miscommunication there, because clearly Shrooms also
it should have been a simple pass on a backdoor cut, I guess.
Shrooms did have the opportunity to step forward there as well, so a bit off on their timings. 5 seconds now remaining, though. Davidis needs to go for a shot. Pass over to Shrooms. Shrooms, long shot.
Is wide open, and he converts for 3. Šarūnas Petkevičius, in real life playing NBA 2K series since 2009.
Bills now in possession. We've seen what he can do from that side of the court before. Is now Zirks, a pass to Atels. The shot bounces out. Zirks with the rebound. Back to Bills. Now on to Kasic. Kasic moving into right-hand corner. Zirks jump shot opportunity. Moves forward. Goes closer. That's a foul. No 2 points there. However, still has a chance to score.
He is on fire right now, getting those buckets. He makes the free throw, and it is a 5-point lead for Team Latvia. Good on them both.
2 3-pointers required for Lithuania to catch up now. Still plenty of time for that though, as 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the second quarter. This is still the
Svaiduka
first.
is wide open and he puts in a trifecta, 4% coverage shot. An excellent release as Svaiduka cuts the lead in half.
Bills now trying to set up a 3-pointer perhaps of his own. Decides to go for it inside. Zirks in possession. Makes a move quickly and finds 2.
5-point game once again. Svaiduka, he wasn't very brave like taking those 3-pointers earlier when we were seeing Lithuania playing against Spain or other teams. Here we go, Svaiduka with another one.
It seems he has found the magic spot where he needs to be in order to be
He's feeling it.
as successful as he can be. Now need to be wary of the steals. Nice play coming out here from the Latvian side, responding with 3 of their own.
Quick
and
off the
still
catch.
trying to keep it at a 5-point difference at least, if not more. And another foul coming out here, this time from Atal. So it's a reach-in foul, so ball in possession for Lithuania.
Third team foul, so Lithuania might get in the bonus soon. Svaiduka, double team. Now a pick set, Svaiduka to the basket. He kicks it to the corner, buzzer! He makes it!
29-31. Lithuania now only 2 points behind Latvia as Bills looking to score here. Pass out to Snake World. Snake World 3-pointer, and it is good!
Lithuania managed to find rhythm from downtown, but that is the case with Latvia as well. We have Cyprus and Spain.
What a close
Cyprus
game.
only losing by 3. They have lost to pretty much everyone here in FIBA Esports Open 2020, but they are battling it out with Spain. On the brink of a turnover is Latvia. Lithuania now on the break as Shrooms controls it. Professor with an offensive rebound, but he loses it. Latvia
Stolen
up by 4.
away.
A 3-point difference between the game clock and the shot clock. Lithuania on the break. Shrooms is fouled, and it is a personal foul, not a clear path foul, but still Lithuania is in the bonus, and Shrooms goes to the line to shoot 2.
So far, so good for a nail-biter of a match. A single-point difference between these two as Latvia's ball and 15 seconds remaining here in this first half. Bills trying to go for a play. Zirks enters the zone. Kasits near the center line. 5 more seconds to go. Snake World pass over to Atels. Atels needs to make a shot. Back to Snake World. Goes in. Halftime.
The third quarter is about to begin. Lithuania versus Latvia. Latvia with 12 assists and 5 blocks, and you can see, but Lithuania still staying close, mainly due to the 3-point shooting. They have been really successful in the second quarter. Svaiduka, he did manage to find looks from downtown, and he knocked a couple of 3-pointers down, keeping Lithuania in touch.
Professor there did have a scoring opportunity. However, Zirks is very quick on his feet, as a horse should do.
Lithuania with the lead. Are you prepared to wear a hat?
That's a single point you're celebrating right now, as Atals looking to
single
see if he can
point,
put
but
up
it's a
2.
leading point.
Zirks now goes in, goes for a slam, and it is blocked. The ball is going to be out of bounds and still remains in the hands of Latvia. I would presume they will be looking for a shot here soon enough. As Zirks open. Still in possession.
Zirks, Lithuania ball.
Okay,
so now
somehow
Lithuanians can build on their lead. Cyprus and Spain, it is 37-43. It's still a close game between the two. Spain did have amazing days 1 and 2 in the tournament, but now they're really struggling. They lost to Italy. Now they're in a close game against Cyprus. They also had a close game against Latvia. Bills is 100% covered. Great defensive effort by Team Lithuania. Svaiduka, an open 3. He's wide open, but releases it early. Shrooms with the rebound.
Svaiduka still in possession of the ball here as he's looking for another shot. Professor so close to slam it in, doesn't work out for him.
Shrooms was up for a dunk, however, fails to catch the ball. Not the case with Zergs. Latvia once again with the lead.
Well, you can start to prepare your hat here as 36 against 35. Latvia now in the lead by a single point. Same here, an interception coming out from Zirks as well. A long pass available. Kasits goes for two, and it is successful as Lithuania are going to be looking for a three-pointer now. Svaiduka, the man probably to do that.
With only 2 points here in the second half. 2 minutes played already. They still need to look for opportunities very carefully, and it is a trifecta. Spain is running away in a game against Cyprus, 49-37, a double-digit lead already. Bills
in possession, holding on to it very long right now. What? That was slightly too high as Bills failed to reach the ball there. Good idea, as they say, poor execution.
Poor idea, poor execution, I'd say.
All right, yeah, sure.
Here we go. Lithuania on the break. Shrooms throwing one down. Lithuania with a 2-point lead. Attles calling for a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Latvia should start to utilize Snake World a bit more. He's been so far very successful in his three-pointers, and that's really what you're looking for right now to set yourself up for a bigger lead. In the meantime, though, speak of the devil, as we say, Snake World underneath the basket, quick two-pointer, and that is good.
They heard you. However, he wasn't used at the three-point line, but inside he still converts. He's got 5 3-pointers out of 5 in the game. One of the main offensive poises for the Latvian squad.
Svaiduka not...
What a pass inside! Shrooms is fouled, and he converts on the dunk. He can add 1 more point from the free throw line and convert an N1.
2 minutes still remaining in the third quarter here, so still plenty of time for Latvia to work with, but this is the point in time where you start to think to yourself, is this game starting to slip away from our hands, or can we still change it around? Kasits now. It's a reaching foul from Svaiduka, so Latvia's ball, still 16 seconds remaining on the offense.
Third personal foul for Svaiduka. He has to be careful. First team foul, however, in the third quarter, so Latvia is not approaching the bonus situation. A fadeaway right here. Great defense, Lithuania. Svaiduka was looking for an outlet pass, however, he will keep possession himself. Professor back to Svaiduka. 1 minute and 35 to go in the third quarter. Great pass inside. Professor, 8 seconds to shoot. He goes to work and he teaches a lecture.
Russia-Ukraine in the meantime leading the way. That is Russia 56 against 30 in the third quarter. So Ukraine still not finding the success that they were hoping for so far, but at least they're getting a lot of experience in these games. And
Ziggs, woo, going on a ride.
Just runs it down himself. 12 points in his pocket. 3 steals at that as well. 4 blocks, so great statistics around the board.
4 out of 5 or out of 6. Professor! 1 more block for Zergs.
Just added to the numbers, man, as Kasits now on the three-pointer line, puts it up, and it is good.
The game is tied at 45. Lithuania looking for an answer. 47 seconds to go in the third quarter. Svaiduka, screen set by the Professor. Svaiduka going in. He did find an opening, however. There's Zergs right over there. Shrooms was cutting back door, but Davidas is wide open, and he hits from beyond the arc. 48 to 45.
You would like 84, okay? Let's not rush.
We'll get it. We'll get there.
Well, Zirks, 14 points for him so far. 23 seconds remaining in the third quarter here. You can see Lithuania running down the clock as much as possible so far, not allowing to Latvia to finish on a positive note, trying to provoke perhaps a foul here as well. As Svaiduka continuously holding on. Professor goes in. Zirks fails to intercept, and a three-pointer coming out yet again from Lithuania's side. A 4-point lead, 7 seconds on the board here.
In the face right here, Davidas. What a great splash by the guy. 51 to 47 it is. 4-point lead Lithuania, and here we go, Renars. The fourth quarter.
This one decides a lot between ourselves. Who gets to wear the cap? Who gets to secure the bragging rights?
You only need to hold on for 5 minutes, and I'll let you put the cap on.
Well, we'll see when we get there as Zirk's still holding on to the ball. Bills comes in quickly and moves around fast on his feet, getting those 2 points easily. Spain and Cyprus in the meantime, though. Spain running away with a bigger lead now. It was pretty even when we first checked in. Speaking about checking in, Bills checks out that flying ball towards his direction as it's back to Snake World now, back to Zirks. That's over to Bills.
Here we go, Zirgs inside. He is fouled, and he will have to earn it from the foul line.
Oddly enough, the ball didn't find its way through the loop somehow there, so Zirks needs to make up for it and does so as he gets one. Can he follow up with another one? It is an and one there as well, so
how is it tied all the time?
That's what we were talking about. It's a clash of styles, I'm telling you. They're playing so similarly here. You have Davidas Davidas, you have Snake World, you have Kasice, you have Svaiduka, and so on. So,
Svaiduka with a very bad pass, 70-42 it is in the Russian-Ukrainian game. A huge lead for Team Russia.
Zirks. Pass over to
Kasic. He is denied at the rim. Lithuania on the break. Shrooms putting it in for two.
I was afraid that was going to be with a foul as well. Thank God.
I was afraid
it's only two.
That he was going to miss an open player. But
well, that's the worst case scenario. Bills in the meantime. Signature move coming out again. Passes three defensive players and just slams it in on his own, despite the fact that the defense is present.
He is going farming, a guy who grows tomatoes in his balcony. Illegal screen by the professor, turnover Lithuania.
Not the right time for it, not when it's 53 against 53, not when it's fourth quarter, not when it's only 3 minutes remaining. This is what the teams should watch out for. Bills left wide open.
Great contest here by the professor, but a wide open shot from the corner right here.
All right, so in possession. Oh, somehow it makes it through there.
For three, and you're getting closer to wearing a hat. It's not that the hat is not amazing. It really is, and we're giving away 5 for you on FIBA.basketball/giveaway. But me and Renars, we have both tried the hats on, and believe me, we are embarrassing ourselves that way. You know, it's like we are just not the people to wear hats in this life, maybe. Professor slams it home. It is 58-55. Lithuania up by 3. 2:22 to go in the fourth quarter. And it's hot as hell in the studio, actually. It is hot as hell, so we don't want any more clothing, actually.
One more point for
maybe
Latvia.
You want to wear a coat additionally, like, can we make the stakes higher?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, winter socks as well for me in June.
Production, do we have them prepared? Professor going inside. He is fouled. We'll have a chance to earn 2 points from the line.
See the audience there in game is booing. Perhaps a few
This
Latvians
is the
have
first one.
attended
It
the game
rings out
in the virtual world.
Can we have the first overtime here?
That would be an interesting one. I mean, we're set up for it for sure. In the meantime, Bills is going to be blocked there.
A two-handed block and a foul. So the professor is sent, the buzzer is sent to the foul line right now as Lithuania is in the bonus. We're giving away, once again, 5 t-shirts like this and 5 hats like this. And he is going to wear a hat if Lithuania wins.
Lithuania 61, Latvia 57 as Kasic in possession. Pass over to Zirks. Can go for it. Huge slam.
No, he can't. No, he can't, Renars. Lithuania up for revenge as they lost the first 2 games against Latvia in the 2K Pro-Am mode. Those were exhibition games, and now we have a face-off in the first ever FIBA e-Basketball National Team Tournament. FIBA Esports 2020. Lithuania going to work down the stretch. It is a 6-point lead, and I believe it is the biggest lead of the game for
So
Team
far.
Lithuania.
So far, indeed, as the ball is
Stolen
in
by
possession of
Shrooms.
Lithuania.
Shrooms going inside, and a reverse throwdown it is.
Once again, it is difficult for us to watch here because Ignas is Lithuanian, I am Latvian, and you know, national pride is national pride for everyone.
We're boiling
involved
inside,
here,
you know.
Kasic with a minute remaining underneath the basket.
And
The pass over to Zirks. Good jump shot. That is good. 6 more points required for Latvia to even things out with a minute and 10 remaining on the clock.
And Renars is going to be boiling in an even higher temperature when he puts the hat on for the Cyprus-Italy game. We might be witnessing champions playing in it as Italy is very, very close to securing the title in the European Conference. A throwdown, and it is 67-59. No hopes for Latvia, I'd say.
Deep breath says Atels now is going to be fouled. You could see that Lithuania as well, eager to stop any sort of offense. Zirks now in position. Sort of tries to go for 3 there. Probably shouldn't go for it with his advantage, but Snake World, however, responds with a 3 of his own. 6-point lead. 40 seconds remaining here for Latvia still to close things up. Svaiduka holding on to the ball, running down the shot clock, not allowing for Latvia to have any opportunities. Almost losing the ball here. Professor in possession. Back to Svaiduka.
Plenty of time, and they're running the clock down inside to the Professor, and he is teaching you guys one more lecture. Ignas Vaitiekus, his name in real life, Zirgs. A foul on Zirgs, and he goes to the line to shoot 2. Didn't find much success previously. The Professor is committing that foul. Both teams are in the bonus, but does it matter, Renars? Latvia won't take advantage of it anyway.
18 seconds remaining here as Lithuania in possession, running down the clock, not presenting any opportunities as I am starting to...
That's what I said. Here we go. Team stats as Lithuania with a nice team effort. Shrooms 18 points, Vaiduka with 16, Davidas Davidas 15, Professor a double-double of 13 points and 10 rebounds. What a great game between Latvia and Lithuania. We were rooting for different teams, me and Renars, and just having fun watching the third game in NBA 2K Pro-Am between Latvia and Lithuania.
As I said, right, there's a lot of national teams represented here from all of the world. As the players are on the playing field representing their national pride, so do we here for a brief moment. But, well...
We are human. We have feelings, people.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, the game itself was super interesting, okay? The game was very close. You saw a lot of three-pointers coming out from Davidas Davidas as well as Snake World.
Thank you for the compliments.
You're welcome. The Snake World from Latvian side as well, very on a very positive balance in the three-pointer section. Managed to find a two-pointer there as well. And, I mean, overall, as I already said, I feel like it's a similar style that both of these teams are playing, and therefore it makes for a great viewership experience due to the fact that fast plays are imminent. I would have hoped for more from Bill's side. I mean, we saw him previously in other games a bit more active here. He did, however, have 2 opportunities there. But, I mean, we're going to connect to Professor and hear from him what the emotions was like going up against Latvia yet again and once again on an international stage here. So this time they come out victorious, meaning that we are tied in an international series, and we're gonna need to wait for that next event to find out what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, a great game for Lithuania, great performance from beyond the arc as they were probably the most successful from downtown throughout this whole FIBA Esports 2020. I cannot wait for that third game, however, Renars, as we are going to take the lead maybe in the game now that we're better than Latvia on the international stage, at least by a couple of points, as today's game has showed. Lithuania coming back from a loss against Russia. It was a blowout victory for the Russian side, but now after 4 losses in a row, Lithuania beats Latvia and goes on to win its 4th game of FIBA Esports 2020.
Yeah, so Finally, the tides have changed today for the Lithuanian side, and we're still waiting just on a connection here with Lithuania. And overall, I feel like it must feel, at least in some way, that they have won here, because obviously, unfortunately for them, even though the first day looked very positive in the standings overall, later on, due to those few losses that they suffered, it sort of eliminated them for the option of chance to contest for that first position. However, I am very sure that they'll purchase NBA 2K21 on their own and continue on with developing their skills there. So we're just waiting here to see if we have a call through or no.
One of the guys from Lithuania, the iBuzzer, he actually purchased NBA 2K19 pre-order with early 3 days access. So he already has a story of getting a game early. However, he skipped his early 3 days access. Then he logged in, created a player, took pre-order clothes, and deleted the player because he changed his mind. So he pretty much wasted 100 euros. And here we have it, the professor on the line. Ignas, hi, and how does the revenge against the Latvian side taste?
Hello. First of all, thanks for the interview. And the range is very good. We expect to win that game. We try to focus on the defense and try to do the best.
All right. Did you have any sort of special plan in mind, or were you just focusing on defense mainly and then afterwards into quick transitions?
We just try to focus on defense and the offense. First of all, we need to set up our defense. We try to focus on their point guard because their main point guard is a great player, and that's it.
You had a 10-point deficit in the first quarter, a double-digit lead for Latvia. On the other hand, how did you manage to regroup and come back into the ball game?
I know we tried to play our game. In first quarter, we lost this quarter. On the second quarter, we just played our game, tried to make 3 points. We with Swaika have connection. I tried to cut the paint. He shoot it to 3 points.
Okay, and what is something that you really enjoy about your role that you're playing within the team? Is there something special that makes it unique for you as an experience in general?
Not at all. We have our friends with together, same all years, and I don't know. I'm the center and captain, but we try to have chemistry. So everybody talked about everybody with some.
4 wins and 4 losses in the tournament. How would you describe your overall experience? Are you happy with what you guys managed to achieve?
Not at all. We tried to do the best, but we lost to Austria against 1 point. Then we got mental breakdown. Then we lost to Russia. And at Latvia, we tried to get the revenge, and we win.
What is the things that you talk over with your team after having such a devastating loss after Austria? Obviously, you need to sit down and talk over with your teammates and somehow get that mindset back into the game. What's the things that you say to your teammates?
I don't say anything, to be honest, because everyone just leave the party. They are all angry. But after we come back to play with Russia, we try to talk to each other. But I know we lost then.
You were 3-0 in the first day of the tournament, and then you had a 4-game losing streak. What happened and what changed after day 1?
I don't know. Swaika maybe having a bad day, because Swaika in first day was just in beast mode. He make all 3 points. On other day, I don't know. He don't make any shots. He missed a lot of open shots. No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Professor. Lithuania with a win over Latvia as they are 4-4 in the European Conference. They are ending a 4-game losing streak along with this win. My name is Ignas. My colleague for the tournament is Renars. It is FIBA Esports Open 2020, and we are approaching the end pretty much of the mainstream, but we still have one more game to go. First of all, let's see what was happening here in FIBA Esports Open 2020, Day 3.
Day 3 on the mainstream, you saw Saudi Arabia trying to go up against Lebanon, but plagued with technical issues. We're not going to dwell too much on that. They were forced to forfeit match either on the other side. After that, we saw Australia playing against New Zealand, where Australia secured a convincing victory of 83 against 58. After that, as just now discussed, Russia played against Lithuania and had a very convincing victory in that sector. Russia as well didn't have the best of experience in the first days, but however, that was due to the fact that they played against the two strongest teams in their conference. Now, then Italy played against Switzerland, a very convincing victory there as well, 71-47. Latvia just now finished things off with Lithuania, losing this time by 6 points, 69-63 accordingly. And finally, we do have Cyprus gradually coming up here, who's going to meet against Italy to defend their pride on the mainstream, which can be seen on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
Here we go, stream number 2, Indonesia and the Philippines, a blowout game. Philippines managed to come away with the win by 36 points, a technical win for Team Lebanon. Team Saudi Arabia and the Lebanese side, they didn't manage to establish a good connection today, so 2 technical losses, 2 technical wins. Ukraine, Switzerland, what a game it was. A 1-point win for Team Switzerland. Spain beating Latvia by 15, but it was a close game in the early stages. Latvia did really put up a fight. Ukraine losing against Russia 55-92 in the 5th game. On stream number 2, really a great end to the tournament for Team Russia. They will be playing Latvia in the last game of the 2nd stream, and we'll see how that goes. Latvia is coming off of a loss against Lithuania, and they will have something to prove. Stream number 2 is available on Facebook and YouTube. You can see local times right near the flags of the countries. Those are for the local viewers wanting to catch up.
Well, there is still one more stream to cover, and that is stream number 3, where things started off with a game between Austria and New Zealand, where Austria secured yet another victory. After that, Lithuania, as explained previously, did have a very close match against Austria, and unfortunately, Austria for Lithuania had managed to secure the victory with a single-point lead, which did put a bit of a mental toll on the Lithuanian side. Italy afterwards followed with a very interesting match between Spain and themselves. Now, those were at the time, both teams were split between the 1st and 2nd position. However, Italy did manage to secure the big W there. And after that, Austria battled it out with Cyprus, but not much of a battle, as at the very end it did finish off with 82 against 50. Then you had Cyprus testing their forces out against Spain, so big 2 games back to back. Unfortunately, Spain for Cyprus did manage to secure a victory there, and it is going to be closed off with a match between Brazil and Argentina. So their set of 5 games is approaching its finish, and I mean, yeah, like that's really what we have so far, and let's just get this out the window, okay?
And we have you looking stylish and good, rocking the hat as Latvia lost to Lithuania. We had a bet with Renars, and Renars will stay in this hat, the official hat of the tournament for the rest of the mainstream, as we have Cyprus and Italy coming up. It is game number 6, and this is a unique chance probably to see the champions perform. Italy might go for a high score. They said during an interview that this is an option. Cyprus has been playing well recently, especially in the game against Spain. They kept it close for a long period of time. However, Spain still managed to close it off with a double-digit victory. Now, Italy, the champions to be, I guess, in the European Conference, against Cyprus. Coming up next in FIBA Esports 2020.
Well, let's have a look and see the lineups that are going to be representing their nations. On the side of Cyprus, you have Kondo O-line, Kwabo Huncho, Snagsy got banned, Pibulinho, and as well as this one is really difficult for me always, Brochacho Nacho. There we go. As on Italy's side, you'll have Fabulous Fabulo, a very dangerous player overall, Kings of Assists, Markanite, the man that's been very sharp on his three-pointers so far today from what we've seen, Ice on Tommy Neck, and Faintest Ink on the side of Italy. So I really hope that Cyprus are prepared for this. Obviously, Italy are not going to let go easily here, as it is going to be a very well, it is a matter of pride right now for Italy. They have the opportunity to finish here, to finish this event with a perfect run in general, because they are yet to drop a game, and I would be very surprised if that would be in the hands of Cyprus. Then again, the biggest surprises sometimes come out of the people that you expected the least from.
Italy might be relaxed, of course, coming into this ball game, but that was not the case in the first 7 games of Italy. They are 7-0 currently in terms of the win-loss record, and they are an amazing team. The most important victory came against Spain, as Italy managed to beat them 74-62.
Well, Cyprus are going to be in your white jerseys. Italy is going to be in all blue. The man with the 2 colored hands is Fabulous Fabulo. As I mentioned before, golden shoes on him as well, so watch out for the guy. He's very fast, can play from pretty much all positions if required, even sometimes overcoming the centers. And the tip-off is good. Italy in possession, and King of Assists already on the way to set up a play, and Faintest Ink slams it in.
Cyprus will look for an answer, and once again, speaking of the high score, it depends on how fast Cyprus will play.
Quavo trying to make a move here, pass to Kondo online. Kondo slightly stuck towards the 3-pointer line. Brochacho Nacho, pass over to Kondo line, long 2-pointer, and it is good, and it is 2 against 2 so far, as Italy still testing out the defensive lines of Cyprus, just making sure that they're noting everything what's happening. Mars.
Markanite, he goes inside an open lane and he converts, but Cyprus is looking for a really quality shot, so that is what might hurt Italy's scoring in this game. Now Cyprus turning it over, and Pibolino's 5-5-5 with a foul.
A reach-in foul at that as well. Still, the ball remains in possession of Italy. King of Assists. Pass over to Fabulous, a long 3-pointer, bounces out. Rebound is good for the hands of Cyprus, as Quavo making his way towards the basket. Back to Kondo online now. Goes for a fake shot, but the ball is going to be intercepted by Ice on Tommy Neck. Kings of Assist back to Ice. Faintest with a long 3-pointer. Bounces out. Markanite able to go for a shot, decides to pass it out still to the 3-pointer line. 8 seconds remaining here, and now Fabulous
for 3, and he is the legend of this game. 7-2, Italy with a 5-point lead early in the game. Cyprus did manage to keep it close in a game against Spain, but Spain definitely in a mental breakdown after a loss against Italy. A wide open J, and it goes for Markanite 24.
7-point lead for Italy right now, as Fabulous trying to run down Brochacho Nacho there. In the meantime, Tifa in the corner.
We have 2:55 remaining in the first. Brochacho Nacho, 5 seconds. Here we go. Pibolino's laying it in. And Cyprus with some early success, actually, on the offensive end of the floor. Italy is a great defensive team. It's not always you find shots like that. Fabulous. Missing the 3-pointer. He's a bit off target in day 3, but he was amazing in the game against Spain. And that is all you need in order to be on your way to winning the European Conference. A 5-point game, Cyprus maintaining possession, half of the quarter played.
Brochacho Nacho in possession here, needs to be careful. 2 defensive players around him, as Powell is going to be passed over to Kondo online. A dangerous pass to Quavo. He makes a break for it towards the basket, unsuccessful there, as Kondo online now hits the rim there. Unsuccessful. In the meantime, Ice slams it in a huge dunk.
It's 11-4, one more turnover, Team Cyprus. Italy once again looking for options, finding openings everywhere. They just need to decide which shot to take. Feinsting. That was not the best of decisions, actually. He had a good look at the basket.
Yeah, well, the ball is now going to be in position for Italy, as Faintest Ink looking to pass on to Fabulous. He's being covered right now. Faintest Ink wide open, could have gone for the shot. Pass over to Markinite, ice on Tommy, unsuccessful in scoring there as well. 10 seconds still remaining here as Faintest Inc. battling it out with the defense and finds success in that as well. A 9-point lead for Italy right now, and they're looking to extend that to double digits.
Faintest Inc., an owner of 2 dogs in real life, and he is controlling things as well here on the Pro AM mode, and we have the first quarter underway. Italy leading by 9. No double-digit lead yet. Fabulous now putting it up. A slightly late release and not a good game for Fabulous, especially in terms of long-range shooting so far. A putback, however, Italy up by 11.
Cyprus pass over to Quavo, and it is going to be intercepted now by Ice, moving fast forward now. King of Assists can't go for it himself. The ball is going to be stolen away by Antifa, and he can make the play till the very end. Now on to Kondo online, near the three-pointer line. Almost intercepted. Brochacho Nacho still holds on to it.
Great defense by Fabulo so far. Fibolino is inside, back out to Kondo online. He converts. He was totally wide open.
Finds the right place where to be on the field. There's 27 seconds still remaining in the first quarter here. Fabulous looking to set up a play, goes for a slam, and that is unsuccessful, but is still going to be Italy's ball.
He's denied this time, but don't be mistaken. This small and thin guy is really, really athletic. Quavo Huncho called for a reach-in foul. Italy will inbound the ball. 15 to shoot. Fabulous. Here we go.
Three-pointer line.
For 3. No good. He's missed 3 in a row now.
It seems that it's not his day so far, and luckily for Italy, they still are able to manage themselves with Markinite finding that pass and finding those 2 points. Now, finally, Italy in the double-digit lead. What a long pass onto Kondo online. That is going to bounce, but that is going to be the end of the first quarter, Ben. Moving to the second.
One of the teams that played against Italy, I don't remember which one specifically, but, well, might have been Latvia maybe. They said that they felt like, you know, Italy is playing from somewhere like from another planet, since they have this Fabulo player, really a legend player in NBA 2K. So this is pretty much nothing you can do against a guy like this. In Cyprus, they now have to be glad he's simply missing wide open shots. Ice on Tommy Neck. What a connection on an alley-oop.
Well, if anyone wants to experience what we're talking about in terms of Fabulous performance, you can go back and watch the first game that was played with Italy involved in the replays, and I'm pretty sure you'll be able to see what we were talking about here. Now back to this match. Kondo online, positioning himself for a three-pointer. Of course, Faintest Inc. They're preventing any sort of shot making, play making, any sort of making in general. But a three-pointer, however, will be found by Cyprus as they're approaching the 2-digit line. However, they've failed so far, unfortunately, to do so.
Markinite to the corner, feint sting. He is open for 3.
22-9 so far in favor of Italy, and you can see that they're very active with their defense, starting from the get-go. A clean shot from Quavo there, so Cyprus picks up another 3 points and narrows down the point lead down to 10.
He's not fun in real life. He's not any fun in real life, he's saying, so some serious business here.
He's only business.
Quavo Huncho, Fabulous Fabulo. A bit contested it was. 24%, no good from the right wing. King of Assists.
Holds on to the ball.
Set. Great pick and roll action. Triple team against Markinite. He could have tried to look for wide open teammates. Still, he decides to shoot on his own. No good. And King of Assists is open. He converts.
We spoke with him before on the stream. Obviously, the team is very positive about their outcome so far, and that surely serves as another reinforcing mechanism to continue on a positive note. And Markinite now, a long pass over to Ice on Tommy. Will it be a slam? It is. Another dunk from Italy.
Showtime it is. The Italians had their espressos and they're going to work in the second quarter.
Antifa failed pass there, and the ball is going to be Italy's, as it was already out of bounds before the player touched it. That is going to be Faintest Ink passing it on to King of Assists. So far so good on the three-pointers. Will he decide to go for yet one more? It doesn't, as he finds Markanite in paint. And that is a dunk and a half there. A very convincing play so far from Italy, as they're leading the way with 17 points and 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter.
When he drives to the basket, he loves screaming and one in his home. This time, no foul, but he did convert on a slam dunk. Italy now up by 19.
Kondo online.
The first quarter has just ended in a game between Argentina and Brazil. Great series in there. The South American conference is already decided. However, Argentina has 3 wins. Brazil can go for their second. They're up 18-15. Fabulous Fabulo on a terrible shooting streak right now. An assist to Markanite.
He just is living on assists right now, but that's absolutely enough, as Markanite picking up 10 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists as well. Faintest Ink will try to stop Quavo, but Quavo was open all the way and succeeds in a three-pointer.
Quavo Huncho, a three-pointer. Latvia and Russia battling it out in the last game on stream number 2. It is 15-15 as the second quarter has just started.
In the meantime, there was an out of bounds from Cyprus, meaning Italy continues its reign of offense. As King of Assists now pass over to Faintest Ink in the corner, and that's a clean 3. Excellent play from Italy. Good fast passing.
Fabulous has a batch activated right here. Italy really on fire, and you cannot stop them when they are rolling. Fabulous, an alley-oop. King of Assists under the rim. He puts it in.
Too many defensive players for that grand slam there. However,
it is out of bounds. Italy ball. They just pushed him out of bounds.
26 remaining before halftime shows up. King of Assists back to ice on Tommy Neck. Unsuccessful in that one. Is Fabulous Fabulo now can
driving
go for
the
a fast
baseline,
play.
Throwing it down. He is a high flyer.
15 seconds for Cyprus to try and change the tides of this game so far, but it is going to be difficult. It's only 7 seconds remaining here. Pipolino out onto Antifa, back to Pipolino now. Quavo in hand. The ball is going to be stolen
Fabulous
away.
with a
1
steal,
second.
A long one, no good. The last game of the mainstream, it is 40-18. Italy playing the team Cyprus. It is 40-18, as I've mentioned, and the third quarter is about to begin.
Yeah, you can see the teams are swapping the tactics on the fly here as well. And an interception coming out very early from Italy. Pass over to King of Assists. Previously successful on three-pointers.
Shots.
That was, a long way off, and a foul coming out from Kondo online. So the ball in possession for Italy still. Ice on Tommy Neck now. Passes off to King of Assist, back to Ice. Goes for a jump shot, doesn't work out. Ball still in possession as Faintest. Goes for another 3, and this time it's good.
43-18. We have a 25-point lead, and Cyprus has they have just stopped somewhere. A foul here called on Fabulous Fabulo, his first personal, first team foul.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a few questionable out-of-bounds moments coming out from Cyprus, so might be just stress. It might be the fact that it's the last game here for them to play in this event, and now it's going to be out of bounds, but this time it is going to be still in possession of Cyprus. So let's see if Qualo could perhaps show us another three-pointer.
It is once again a turnover. The ball goes to Italy. Cyprus on a bad run. King of assists, looking to make a play.
Fast pass to
Team
Markanite.
Italy. How did he miss?
Not too sure. He was wide open, but
Fabulous.
forget about it. Fabulous.
With
Puts
a
up
hand in
another
his
three.
face from deep. Flavo Huncho throwing one down. Andronikos Evangelou in real life. He's playing football and basketball in amateur leagues, and he is a second division team goalkeeper actually in soccer, so he's playing basketball in amateur leagues, football semi-professionally.
Oh,
one more right
Tondo.
here.
A nice play, a quick turnover, a few passes, and that's all she wrote as soon as Cyprus gets the ball in hand. Now, Faintest Ink can go for a slam himself. The defense just splits and runs away, understanding that there is a train coming in the form of Faintest Ink, and the ball is going to be out of bounds. Cyprus will have possession of the ball, but they have a very long way of 24 points to cut.
Faintest Ink counting his odds precisely. He's got a degree in economics, and here we go. Ice on Tommy Neck, putting it in. Jason Tatum, his favorite player from the Boston Celtics, and we can see some of Jason Tatum in him here in FIBA Esports 2020. A nice outlet pass, a long three, and it goes.
Fabulous starts to wake up on those three-pointers. Wasn't really that successful in the first quarter as well as the second, and another steal
up
comes
with
through,
the steal,
but a
and he's
foul.
fouled.
Yeah, that was Brochacho Nacho earning a foul for his team.
Bad pass, however, careless mistake, Cyprus ball.
Yeah, that was one of those where you just end up wondering what was the idea behind all of that.
Yeah, I bet like the guy who made the pass actually is thinking, what was I thinking?
Antifa now in possession. Oh, and a nice pass to Pibolino, but somehow that is still going to be blocked now. Italy already on the return with a three-pointer. Fabulous finds his third in a row now as Italy extends its lead 56-22, and you can see they're extremely active on the defense. They want to obtain as many points as humanly possible. Faintest Ink goes for a block, and the block works. There's a long pass over. Fabulous. Can he do it yet again? Finds himself between two defensive players. Still intercepted and a foul.
Brochacho Nacho with a foul. There is a tree in Cyprus actually known to fulfill wishes, but it's apparent the Cypriotic national team, they didn't go there before the tournament.
Well, they'll still have time because yet another event like this is in the works already. Three-pointer, and it's good for Italy, continuing on with their three-pointer rampage.
It is really hard to play for Cyprus under circumstances like that. They're down by a lot, and it is hard to stay focused. Argentina now winning against Brazil after the first two quarters in the South American Conference. It is a game number 5, and we're playing a set of 5 in those conferences.
How in God's name does that connect? Pablo had a defensive player right next to him, and across the playing field, it still connects, and he scores. And another slam coming out from Ice this time.
It is hard for camera to catch up. The action is so dynamic. Here we go, Latvia and Russia, 32-25. Russia up top currently. The third quarter has just started. Latvia coming off of a loss against Lithuania. Russia coming off of a win against the same team. One more three-pointer right here, and Italy is now up by 41 points.
A quick two-pointer coming out from Cyprus in the meantime, as now Wings, King of Assist, looking to set up a play. Fabulous goes for a long three-pointer, a bounce, and the ball is in possession for Cyprus. Brochacho Nacho decides not to go for it. Back to Quavo now. Quavo, does he go for a shot? It goes, but doesn't go in, as obviously free throws will be on the line. 43 seconds still remaining in the third quarter of the third day of FIBA Esports Open 2020, very first e-basketball event.
What a bad shot. Almost an air ball on the free throw, and he makes the second. Italy crushing Team Cyprus in the last game on our mainstream.
What a performance!
What a performance by Team Italy overall in the tournament.
Indeed. Well, I can't really say that much about it when Isan Tommy gives passes like that directly in the hands of Cyprus, but as you can see, it doesn't matter. Isan Tommy retrieves the ball and passes over to Faintest Ink, which scores yet another 3-pointer for Italy. Italy approaching 70 points, and with 20 seconds remaining in the third quarter, they're looking to extend the lead as far as possible, and the ball still bounces for Cyprus.
Great team play by Italy, actually. They are very strong individually, but they are sharing the ball and making each other better.
Italy's ball with 10 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Faintest Ink ready to shoot. Passes over. Unfortunately, doesn't pan out. There's 3 seconds remaining. Quick plays from Cyprus.
And it's good. At the buzzer. It should count, and it does. It is 68-29 as we get going with the fourth. Fabulous Fabolo. An impressive player he is. He kicks it back out, and Markinite knocks it down. His favorite player is Danilo Gallinari, really a knockdown shooter as well in real basketball. It is out of bounds. The ball will stay with Cyprus.
Cyprus in possession. The fourth quarter has started, and Pibulinho could have gone there, did so as well, and got an and one opportunity, as his shirt states, with a single digit on it.
It is definitely a double-digit lead by Team Italy. A missed free throw, a 40-point lead to be exact. Fabulous knocking it back out, no good. Battle under the board, and Cyprus securing the rebound.
Another interception from Italy, another turnover, a nice idea, but too many defensive players for Fabulous to reach the ball there. It is going to be Cyprus's possession, and still only half a minute has passed in this fourth quarter. A free position for a free throw, and that is going to be a positive result for Cyprus.
Once again, the last game on the mainstream in FIBA Esports Open 2020. He gets it to go for three right here. A highly customizable mode is NBA 2K Pro-M mode, and we are playing this game using exactly this mode right here in the first ever FIBA's National Team eBasketball Tournament. The winners of conferences, they get a free copy of NBA 2K21, a game that's not even released yet. But as soon as it releases, the winners will receive this very special prize. It is 76-37 in a game between Italy and Cyprus. And Italy, it looks like they are going to be the ones to secure the title in the European Conference.
Cyprus, in the meantime, doing the best they can to prevent Italy from somehow doing so, trying to score as much as possible. But Italy still on the offense. Fabulous Fabolo in possession of the ball. Faintest Ink positioning himself up for a free throw. That's good.
You could see it on the release. It is 79-40. And Italy, they have been impressive all tournament long, and they managed to secure the win against Team Spain in a very important matchup. Now, Fabulous Fabolo wide open for three, and he misses.
And I mean, for Italy as well, during this game versus Cyprus now, it's probably the highest amount of interceptions and steals I've seen so far throughout these 3 days. I'm not too sure is it because of the fact that Cyprus tends to pass the ball quite openly, but Italy incredibly active on their defensive lines, and as mentioned before, we have so many turnovers, even the camera has trouble keeping up.
Yeah, so a fast-paced game. We've seen a couple of those in those high-scoring performances. Italy, Russia, Spain, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with triple-digit games in the tournament. And not only Italy is going on to win the European Conference, they're also holding a record, a high score for points scored in FIBA Esports Open 2020. And it is an all-time record officially, actually, because this is the first tournament of that type. It is 118 in a game against Ukraine.
Cyprus in possession now, going for a three-pointer, a block, and that is out of bounds. In the meantime, though, Russia continuing on with leading the way against Latvia, to 38, I believe, there.
And here we go, 38-54. Latvia and Russia, 82-41. Italy and Cyprus. Kondo online. Back out, finally some success for Team Cyprus.
38 points is still what Cyprus is somehow looking for. In the meantime, Argentina and Brazil are entering the final quarter here, and the game is tied there, so rightly so. The guys did say that they're very well experienced playing against each other, and you would expect nothing less of that.
What a battle it is, actually. They still have like 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, which means there were a lot of fouls, a lot of timeouts. They did stop the game often. 85-44, I'm sorry, 140 to go, and Italy is rolling, and they're on their way.
Are they really trying
to take what belongs to them, actually, the title in the European Conference?
Are they really trying to break the 118-point record set by themselves? Because judging by the three-pointer amounts we're seeing in the last 2 minutes, a minute and a half now that's remaining, it's not entirely out of the question, but a lot will be dependent on how it goes out. And another three-pointer goes in, 93 against 44.
They need more time, actually, to break
and
the
another
record.
interception.
If you're playing like this, you don't need time.
It's just
you're putting up points in a hurry. Fabulous three-pointer, actually. 12 assists in a game for his teammate. 96-44. Italy on their way, definitely, to a one more triple-digit game. Probably not 118 or something, but they're scoring at will, and that is a reverse throwdown going baseline. What a play by Feinsting. He's got 22 points in the ball game, along with 11 rebounds. One more three-pointer.
Somehow.
How to catch up? It's like blinking in my eyes.
What is going on? You blink and the ball is already in Italy's hands. As Fabulous here, very active to try and go for a steal. Kondo is going to be intercepted as Fabulous now on the three-pointer line. Goes for three, not good. Rebound is
highly
good still,
covered.
though. Goes for again, almost. Pass over to Ice on
Markinite wide open. Ice on Tominek, no good. He takes the rebound. A quick launch for three, no good as well. 101-47. So Italy not on their way to high score, but they are definitely on their way, surely, to the title. Ice on Tominek, finishing it off at the rim on the fast break.
103 versus 47 in the fourth quarter here, as 23 seconds remaining. The ball is going to be out of bounds and in the hands of Cyprus, but really there's not much Cyprus can do anymore about all of this that's happening. More than 50 points behind Italy does mean that Italy will secure a very impressive win in this final day, in this final game of FIBA Esports Open 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Italy are gonna grab the win in a game that seemed to be close again in the beginning phases, but however, Italy very quickly amped up the pace. Fabulous Fabio found the pacing he was looking for during that first quarter, and as you can see, hats suit me.
Yeah, hat did suit you, and it did bring luck to Italy in the last game against Cyprus. Please stay tuned. All the games are over, but we are going to talk to the winners right now and celebrate together with Italy. They win the European Conference. No losses in the tournament whatsoever. They have recorded 8 victories, and the most important came against Spain. Spain lost no more games than the one game against Italy, 74-62, and that determined the destiny of the European Conference, and that determined the winner in it. Italy goes on to win the biggest conference in FIBA Esports 2020, the first ever FIBA's e-basketball tournament, where the national federations were playing, and we were rocking NBA 2K Pro-Am mode 5-on-5, and those were some of the greatest players from all over the world. We will be calling the king of assists. He's definitely one of them, and one player was controlling one avatar in this game. If we're still going into details, but no time for details, actually. We have came to an essence right here.
Well,
we do have the winners, and we do have them in each and every conference.
That is absolutely true. So as soon as we connect, we'll hear from a King of Assists yet again today, because we spoke to him already once. And I mean, as the team already said, they're going to approach this final game the same way as they approached every single other one. They're all very good real-life friends. They're all good in-game friends. And that also seems to be a trend for these teams that tend to find back-to-back success, is that it's very important that your team chemistry is on point. And we do have a call, I believe.
Mr. King of Assist, Ilias. Hello, congratulations, and how does it feel to be the best of the best in the first ever FIBA's E-Basketball National Federation tournament?
Oh, it feels really great. We arrived there, we trained a lot for the game, for these games, and it's really a dream come true. And I want to thank the Italian Federation for this possibility. I want to thank our guys from Pro2B that give us also this great possibility to play. And my guys, my teammates, they play like crazy. They were perfect. I also want to thank my family, and I want to thank also dedicate this win to one important sportsman in Italy. His fight between death and life, Alex Zanardi. So this win is also for you.
All right, well, congratulations one more time. Now, obviously, you guys finished the whole event without losing a single game. Is this something that you tried to go for from the get-go? Is like that the mindset that you tried to approach this? Or was it just the fact that the team chemistry is so good that there's no way you're losing any games?
Well, actually, when we saw the teams in the tournament, we know that if you want to win this tournament, you have to be perfect, because Spain is a great team. So if you lose one game, you are out. So we prepare a lot games, and we know that we knew that it was important to win it all.
A game against Spain, 74-62, and that was a deciding victory, of course. What were the main secrets that allowed you to go on and win that game of a huge importance?
Well, actually, we prepared because yesterday night, and my guys watched their games. We watched our friendly game against them, and we see the mistakes, how they play, how they press, how they work on offense, their strengths, their weaknesses. So we prepared the game, really prepared the game. We trained a lot yesterday too, so it was also only about preparing the game.
All right, well, there's obviously going to be a follow-up event most likely soon enough here, and I presume that you're for sure are going to attend to defend your title in the European Conference. Now, do you already have some sort of vision how you see your practices going forward? Have you seen anything here or noticed something that you want to implement in your team play?
Well, like we will train something in offense. We want to create something new. We want to create something new in the offense, so new plays, new situations, and we have to also stay focused on the passes, because we usually do too much turnovers, so we have to work on that. In defense, we have to work a lot to become a lot better, because we sometimes forgot that we have miscommunication or forgot a man, so we have to this the defense also.
Is there a big area of improvement? How much better can you get, guys?
There is also area for improvement, so we have to train, and work hard to arrive to the following events ready than now.
All right, congratulations once again, Team Italy,
Yeah.
winning the European Conference, and an edition of NBA 2K21. A special prize will be awarded to Team Italy as soon as the game releases. My name is Ignas. My colleague for the tournament was Renars, and Renars, we are already in the closing stages of our broadcast, aren't we?
I mean, yes, these have been 3 very long and action-packed days. We started off with the 19th of June, where we had the very first day of the event, followed up by, of course, yesterday and today, 20th, 21st, accordingly. I hope everyone had an amazing time. And ladies and gentlemen, it is about time to have a look and find out officially who have been the winners of the According Conferences across all the globe.
Here we go. Once again, congratulations. European Conference. Team Italy wins it. They receive a digital copy of NBA 2K21. They will be awarded the prize as soon as the game releases. Market Knight 24. Fate Sting 7. Ice on Antu wrist. King of Assists. Fabulous Fabulo. Legis and Ice on Taminek. They are the winners of the European Conference, and what a team effort by Team Italy.
A perfect run coming into this event. 8-0 in terms of victories and losses. Who would have expected for someone to show up and on the very first event be such a dominant force on the playing field? Yet again, the hardest game that they had was against Italy, and in that game they still managed to find ways how to play against a very up until that point, and also unstoppable force. I guess it was a matter of when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. There we go. That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, Spain, they have really been amazing during the first 2 days of the tournament. Teams of Spain, Italy, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they have an unofficial battle of points in day 2, 116, 117, and 118. That was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Spain, and Italy accordingly. So some great games played by both teams. But today on stream number 3, we had a third game where it was all decided. Italy goes on to win by 12 points against Spain, and that allows them to become the champions of Europe. Spain also with an amazing performance, 92-47 against Russia, 81-42 against Switzerland, then beating Austria, beating Ukraine 117-47, beating Lithuania 78-39 by exactly doubling the points of Lithuania, but then they go on to lose against Team Italy. They win then against Latvia and Cyprus, but that is only enough for a second place in the European Conference.
Well, obviously a celebration is in place for Italy. I hope they have a great time tonight. I'm sure the guys will meet up and find ways how to celebrate the best. Probably
meet up online, maybe.
Meet up online as well. Well, if it's going to be real life, it's probably going to be Fabulous baking up that pizza.
He will most likely get it delivered home to everyone. And here we go. The final standings of the tournament. European Conference. Italy, 8 wins, no losses. The point differential of plus 225 points. Spain following next, a better point differential, plus 264. 7 wins, 1 loss, and Russia in third place. The only 2 losses came against Spain and Italy in the first day of the tournament. 6 wins in a row after that, and they finish in the third place. Austria in fourth, 5 wins and 3 losses. Lithuania in the 5th position, 4 wins and 4 losses. And the game that decided the 4th place winner was a game between Austria and Lithuania that Lithuania lost by a single point.
Indeed. So only 1 point, and it was a pretty similar story with Latvia playing up against Lithuania, which decided which of these 2 teams is going to place 5th and 6th accordingly. Unfortunately for the Latvian side, Lithuania did prevail this time, and therefore will be sitting at that 5th position with 12 points. points in their pocket, 11 points for Latvia on the 6th. And then afterwards, you do have Switzerland at the 7th with 10 points. 2 victories for them, so it wasn't completely all lost in that sector there. Cyprus managed to secure a victory there as well, still finalizing with 9 points. And the last position so far in the European Conference is for Ukraine, which is yet to find success here in this event. However, as I already said, there is a lot of recordings available. There's plenty of room for improvement. There's plenty of study material to see exactly what caused you to lose the game, what are the main points that you need to work on, and what are the things that you can implement already now to improve your game for the better. But we didn't have only Europe's conference.
We did have 4 more conferences, starting with the Middle Eastern one. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia goes on to win it. Congratulations, Saudi Arabia. Axman, Ray 827, Reaction, and iFofo, as well as Ahmad Ghazi and iMayor. They are the winners of the Middle Eastern Conference. They were facing off against Lebanon, and Lebanon only won a game technically, let's say. They did split the last 2 games because of some connection issues, but Saudis were dominating all the way, and they scored 116 in one of the games.
Good sportsmanship from Saudi Arabia as well. Yesterday we had another hiccup with the Lebanon's connection there, but they agreed to actually replay it off stream. So good sportsmanship in the real world, in the virtual world, and of course Saudi Arabia allowing themselves to crown themselves kings. Now, we know Middle East Conference. Let's see what's with the Southeast Asia, and that is going to be Philippines.
Congratulations, the Philippines. Gila, Alt, Clark, Izzo, Rack, Ryle, and Shintaru. Some spectacular players right here, and Philippines, they did win in a great fashion, actually. Some highlight reel, really, from the Philippine side. They were amazing, and they let us know what is to be considered in the future in FIBA Esports, the Breakfast of Champions. It is rice and powdered milk, as you remember.
I will not forget that for a long time.
Never to be forgotten. Never to be forgotten. So the Philippines win the Southeast Asian Conference.
Yeah, winning all 5 games in their set of 5 games against Indonesia. So huge congratulations one more time, Izzo. We've had a few conversations with him. The team is very positive about their results, very professional, and I would expect nothing less in the future from them. Moving on, though, we do have the Kings of Oceania on our screens.
It is Australia. 4 wins and 1 loss, but those series were really tight between Australia and New Zealand. Ankle TV, C. Cooper, Dungard, Range, Skoogs, and War. Congratulations. Those guys are the winners of the Oceania Conference.
Well familiar with their opponents, New Zealand, that they have been playing for such a long time against. This obviously set us up for 3 days of intense games between the two. And in this set, however, Australia did manage to prevail eventually. Australia as well has been a team that has been considered by international standards one of the best, and hopefully in the near future we'll be able to see them go up against more teams overall. Let's have a look at the standings though for the Asia Conference in general. So as you can see, Saudi Arabia did finish with 8 points, Lebanon with 5 in the Southeast Asia Conference. Philippines secured 10 points with, as previously mentioned, 5 wins, and Indonesia left on 5. And on about the Oceania Conference,
an average win of more than 30 points by Team Philippines, and with a tight contest in the Oceania Conference. Australia won 4 games, New Zealand won the first game of the series, but they were decided by some really close games. For example, Australia in Game 3 coming out on top by only 2 points.
And back to us as we have yet one more conference to find out the winners of. And this has been a very similar storyline as it has been with New Zealand, Australia. They are very familiar with each other. We've talked a few times over. And who else than the South American Conference, where Argentina are going to be your kings. In front, you do have Chuli Num. Then you have Buho 2K, Lottie RDGZ, Lamo, Sausun Potato, It's Ramiro, and Tiggs 03. The star lineup of Argentina so far, with Chuli Num in front, and he has had some amazing episodes.
Great series for Team Argentina. They go on to win 4 games, and they have really been impressive despite the fact that Brazil managed to grab the first victory in the series. Argentina comes out on top in the end. What a lineup and what a style of play. And the series were really, really tight, always. The games were decided by only a couple of points.
Well, let's have a look at the standings for the South America Conference. You can see Argentina secured 4 wins and only suffered 1 loss over Brazil with 9 points in their pockets, and Brazil accordingly having 6 here. So Argentina, of course, is going to be having a lot of fun, a lot of celebration today, as it is their first official e-basketball virtual trophy that they've gained, but they've also gained the NBA 2K 21 virtual edition. As soon as it releases, it will be available to the guys to jump in, find out the newest mechanics and things to try out and prepare for in the future.
That is one heck of a special prize from NBA 2K. We were rocking the NBA 2K Pro Am mode, playing 5 against 5 in FIBA Esports 2020. Some of the best avatars controlled by some of the best players in the world. Really a lot of effort put into the victories and into all of the games of the tournament, to be completely honest with you. Tons of scouting done, tons of games played before the tournament. What a great preparation by the teams, and they took FIBA Esports 2020 really seriously, even though it was the first FIBA's official e-basketball tournament with national federations participating. We had 17 teams from 5 conferences, but we'll be seeing a lot more in the future, aren't we, Renars?
That is absolutely correct. FIBA is already looking into setting up the follow-up event, and of course this time there is going to be a bit more lead time to for the national federations to register, and that
You'll
means
see your country. You'll
see your country if you didn't see it in these 3 days, and that also means that the competition is going to be wider. It's going to be more intense games. Europe is probably going to be overfilled with competition, and that means that Italy has an even bigger task now to defend themselves in the Europe's conference. Spain is probably looking to see how they can stop the unstoppable force of Italy there, and in the meantime, Russia securing the 3rd position. I'm sure that they will know the ins and outs of both the teams above them currently, but it sets up for us for a very nice wide open scene of still yet more to come. And the same goes for the other conferences as well. There's going to be a lot more teams involved, and we're going to see also new faces, which also, as always, bring new challenges to the existing teams, because when you go up against something that you don't know how to play against, you spend a lot of time finding out how you're going to approach the game, and you can blink and it could be the 3rd quarter and you could be down 20 points, and then the stress starts to kick in. So
we did some of the great examples of great play, and teams, they will be able to learn till the next edition of FIBA Esports. This was the first one. The FIBA Esports 2020 is over. My name is Ignas. My colleague for the tournament was Renars. We would like to thank you for watching. Those were amazing 3 days. It really involved a lot of intense games, tons of intrigues and so on, and we are happy to have been a part of it.
Thank you, dear organizers. Thank you, dear viewers. Thank you, dear teams and the coaches and everyone else that has been involved in this process. This has been a very eye-opening experience in terms of what can be achieved in e-basketball, and I believe that I speak in everyone's words when I say this, that there is still a lot more to come, and there is still a lot more to be achieved in esports for FIBA, for basketball, for new talents, and so far so good, as I would say. And thank you yet again for tuning in. We will shortly announce as soon as possible the follow-up event, but Ignas, you have some fine words to say.
It's been a huge pleasure. That's what I want to say. I wanted to put a hat on actually out of solidarity, but it is hard to do on top of headphones. Okay, I'm rocking it, so that you don't have to look at me looking this way for long, we're saying goodbye. It's been FIBA Esports Open 2020.
I'm losing my innocence, and you don't know my intent. And now you better back down, 'cause I'm coming for you. Better back down, 'cause I'm coming for you. Better back down, 'cause I'm coming for you. Better back down, 'cause I'm coming for you.
Yeah, it's our time to shine. Show that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, 'cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me. Giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy, and I will never stop. I'm motivated by enemies, setting up shop so everybody remember me. And no, I am not going through life regretfully. I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than work some more job just to live life pleasantly. Already got lost in my mind, not a fantasy. I'm getting ill. Forgotten souls, so stop, drop, and roll. You lost all control and pop off your balls. I got squat, I fold. I'm not bought, I'm sold. My stock rocks, it's gold. Hey, knock, knock, me home. It's shit, talk to close. I ain't stopping though. It's hip hop, you know, or is it rock and roll? I'm not dropping down, no, my pocket's grown. You can't stop the show, so get rockin' on. So let me break it all down for you.
I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up.
Taking that crown from you.
I ain't worried about you, I ain't never.
So let me break it all down for you.
I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up.
Taking that crown from you.
I ain't worried about you, I ain't here to make it back.
Yeah. I ain't never slowing down, keep on going till I'm down. No, I'm never slowing down, 'cause we're blowing up now. I ain't never slowing down, keep on going till I'm down. No, I'm never slowing down, 'cause we're blowing up. Hard words like a weapon, attack with no questions. In my own section, and they still disconnected, 'cause their mind's been infected, and they're filled with objection. Too filled for recollection, so we're losing all attention. They don't know I'm in contention, 'cause I'm gaining their attention, 'cause I'm making a connection. Lyricism and aggression got me feeling my ascension in my past.